Hey! We should probably start off the stream by playing the video that we were looking at earlier.
The one you posted on the server?
Yeah, I think Stars initially posted it, though. I just got around to looking at it.
Oh, I didn't watch that one, I don't think.
Today I want to read an email I got from Jeremy, who many of you have heard other videos with Jeremy, he is an ex-32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason. I received some emails from him yesterday, and I have gotten his permission to read them out, slightly edited versions to remove some stuff that could identify him and things like that. So basically, I've run it by him, and I'm sharing what he's agreed I can share. And so, yeah, I will just jump into it shortly, but I'll just preface it by saying this. Remember that his main source is someone he's known for many years. He's been a family friend and is a politician, high level has been, and is a 33rd degree Freemason. The other sources mentioned are also high-level Freemasons. So knowing that, remember it is possible that Jeremy has been fed deliberate disinformation by them because he himself has been out of the Masonic cult for several years now. He's not in the loop, so to speak. And though he's from a line of multi-generational Freemasons, he's not in the circle. However, many of his family still are. I feel that it's unlikely that this is.
I have no idea why you were banned.
It's not impossible that it is. The Illuminists now feel that their Luciferian plan is unstoppable. I think that may be one of the main reasons why they are no longer hiding it. However, as Christians, we know that nothing can occur unless it's in God's timing. If the Lord so wishes, he can thwart these plans. But bear in mind also that the Bible warns us of perilous times in the days leading up to the return of the Lord Jesus. If this is that prophesied time, and I think it is, then we will witness increasing wickedness and disasters before our Lord's return. But those of us who know the Lord should not fear this. Psalm 121, 7 and 8 says, the Lord shall preserve thee from
I didn't ban you.
He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Okay, so now I'll begin to read Jeremy's email. First off, my source rang me yesterday to meet him early. He met me for a second time in town. He's only met me once in town. Is this information true? I don't know, but I'll tell you what. In my spirit, I believe it is. I see it happening now. And then his source said it would be bad. I've tried so hard to prepare, says Jeremy. Maybe I could have done better, but I've done pretty good, I think. And this is things his source said. Things are about to really start happening here in the States. Canada, Europe, and the West will follow. Then the rest of the world. So back to Jeremy saying, I am only telling you this information as he told me not to share this, meaning not online. So Jeremy's not directly sharing it, I'm sharing it. You know, and when he was telling me this, it was really on my mind. He asked me how prepared I was. I told him I'm okay for a while, I believe.
What'd you do? Pause it?
Put him up somewhere.
No.
33rd degree source said, Before and after the elections is the time you'll really begin to see America fall, and with it the world, as Europe is barely hanging on financially. And when America goes, our military goes, and so goes the West. He said the world depends on the US more than I know. Power will go out by the end of this year. He gave me that date. For a fact, he said it will happen. But he said it won't be cut off. The riots coming will tear groups.
Can you hear me?
Safe in
Yes.
your home now, meaning US citizens, not just me. He said a military, not the military, but a military will enter homes when they are here. He said the militias will stand up against the things up and go into homes. And this is what they want. He has never won.
But you're okay with me living alone, right? I'm 6.
Faith in anything. I said, you do. You're not doing anything to stop this satanic agenda. He said, he replied, you know he is not Satan, meaning, of course, Masons don't believe that Lucifer and Satan are the same being. So I know always there is no use to mention. I wish you'd stand with them. I said, no, thank you. I wish you would stand with me. He said, be sure to buy everything you need while you can still get it. It will only be a few more months that you will be able to do that and have power. For those of you that know Jeremy, of course, you can probably imagine his voice rather than mine. His Wolfman Jack type voice rather than my Kiwi accent. But anyway, I'm doing my best to read it how I see it. Now, you tell me that don't affect you, says Jeremy. I've been sick on my stomach all day and last night. Tony, I believe we're here at these end things will come. And things could be okay for a while for us to communicate, but I don't know how long. Bad things are on the way. We know. But now I have no doubt. I know I'll be okay for a while and am prepared to die if I have to for Christ. But I can see the end starting for this unveiling of the Antichrist to come and fix everything. You know they have to have cake before the new one can come fully out, and its fall has already started. I feel I have to say this. In the event, though, right now, unlikely, but in the event we cannot communicate again online, you know it has been a pleasure knowing you, and we will meet again, and you and Holly are always in my prayers. I've tried hard, like you, to warn others this was coming before it ever did, and I believe many have heard that call and got their life right. I hope so. But again, if something does happen sooner and this nation or world is disrupted completely, you'll always be in my thoughts, my friend. I feel honoured that I can call you my friend and have met you, and I feel honoured to call you my friend too, Jeremy, if you are listening to this. Such a good man in the Lord. I think we'll be okay for a few more weeks or a month or so maybe, but again, in the event we aren't, I needed to say that. And then Jeremy goes on to say, he, meaning that 33rd degree Freemason
Hello.
source. He's not the only one who told me this, by the way. I did ring and run this info by the other source and my cousin. The other source agreed fully, and my cousin said, do you really need to be told that? Look around you. If you can't see things falling, then something's wrong. And then Jeremy says, I feel it in the air, I feel it in my heart. Dark clouds are over us, demonic clouds, and they are preparing for them every second. My cousin also can change here is short in stores, even where I live. They are out of change and saying plastic only, or we keep the change. And all over the news today is stores and businesses cannot get currency, let alone change. He said the same thing, that the grid will go down. And then he said to me a warning. He said, you know they know where you are. They'll come for you. I said, well, I'll protect myself all I can, but I'm not afraid to die if I have to. They could do anything, but so can Christ. I'm giving it all to him. My life is in his hands as yours. We will do what he means for us to do. One more thing. I did ask my cousin about the money, and he said inflation may occur, but he also said you cannot inflate what has no value at all. Cash will only be good to start a fire with. And you do remember I told you that they took all their cash out of the bank, everyone I knew or asked after I discovered my family had. Just wanted to add that. And that's then signed off by Jeremy. So, folks, I just want to now finish off by saying I really believe you should prepare as best as you can to survive for a period of time. You know, whatever that means for you, food, maybe gold and silver, your shelter sorted, all the things we've covered in many other Minute to Midnight episodes, so I won't go into them more here. Ultimately, we're going to have to trust God for survival in the days ahead, but God is well able to protect us if he so chooses. But I think it's very pertinent to be as well prepared as you can, because God can actually use your preparations. But eventually, who knows? You know, some will die and God will protect some. And I can't say who will be who, but, you know, in the end, we just have to trust him because he knows best. I'd certainly appreciate your prayers, folks, for a Minute to Midnight. And also, I'm sure Jeremy would appreciate your prayers too, because he puts his neck on the line every time, really, that he shares information like this. But if we look just at Mark for a minute, Mark chapter 8, he says in verse 35, for whoever desires to save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake and the gospel's will save it. 36, for what does it profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his own soul? Or what will a man give in exchange for his soul? And now 38, for whoever is ashamed of me and my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of him the Son of Man also will be ashamed when he comes in the glory of his Father with the holy angels. So those that are denying Christ have the worst future, something worse than death on this earth. And those of us that choose to follow Christ, so what? If we end up dying, you know, to live is okay, to die is gain. So folks, don't be afraid. Take courage. Do what you can to prepare. Know that God has our back. And I believe many will actually survive what's coming and God will protect. Some of us, we will end up dying. But the end for those that die in Christ is going to be hope and glory. So I'd say don't be afraid. Just do what you can and trust the Lord. That's about all I wanted to say in this short update. Remember to visit aminutemidnight.com where all of our shows and so on are put. And give this a thumbs up if you're watching it on YouTube. I'd appreciate that. And even share it. Make sure you subscribe to our channels and our website. So if you're able to donate to A Minute.
All right. So, we don't really have that much time left before America finishes collapsing, and the grid goes down. Are you there, Ulrich?
Yeah, I'm here. I kept on, I don't know, I was trying to see what people were saying on the chat, and it kept on disconnecting me.
Oh, okay. There's an old cat in my lab.
Yeah.
So,
I did hear him say something about the change.
yeah, the change is definitely running out right now, and the 1s and 5s are gonna follow. It's really interesting what all's going on in light of that pastor's dream, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, where's the change going? That's what I don't get.
I don't know. I do know that they've stopped minting it and they intend to take it all out of circulation at some point. Want me to play the pastor's dreams again like we did on the last stream? I can do that.
Yeah, and there's one more I would like you to play later on if you want.
Sure.
The one with Dr. David Jeremiah that I posted up in the server.
Okay, but I'm not sure Jeremiah is necessarily trusted. I mean, he's well known. The more well known you are, the more likely you are a puppet for the elite. That's just how it rolls.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that there was a point. I mean, I used to listen to him faithfully on the radio.
Hey, Serenity.
And at one point, it does seem like I found a problem with him, but I don't recall what it was.
I think that the people who run all the Christian stations might be, witches.
Well, I did quit listening to it, the whole Christian channel period, the radio station.
Yeah, I don't listen to Christian radio anymore either. Everything popular is run by the elite in one way or another.
Yeah, there was a video below that one there that you just played by Joel Osteen.
Osteen?
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't his name Mandela affected to Osteen?
I don't know. I always call him Osteen.
Yeah, that was his name before the Mandela effect, and now it's Osteen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I definitely do not pay much attention to him. But it said the heading of his video was "Bless Yourself." I thought, buddy, something just ain't right with you.
He's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Definitely.
But yeah, the prophetic dreams from Pastor Dana are pretty important.
Hey, this is Dana Coverstone. I'm a pastor, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a patriot. I love this country. And I can confirm the first part of what I'm about to tell you because I told some men in a prayer group
Yeah, I think
back
I've seen
in
this one
December.
too.
I want to
Yeah.
share 3 specific dreams that I've had recently, going back to December. 2 that I've had this week, both Monday and last night, Monday and Tuesday night.
We don't have a
Because
lot
I
of time
believe,
before
number one,
America
that our
finally
prophetic,
falls.
the first
I
one
think
that
we should keep
had
it to
is
this
kind of
topic
explicitly true
and
based
not go
on the
everywhere.
events
Right.
of March, June, month in which we live in. And I do not claim to be a prophet by any means. I understand, though, that some dreams and visions by their nature have a prophetic tendency to them. But I do believe I've seen things, both that have happened, as relevant by the first dream that I had, and some things that I've seen recently. So you can take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. You can pray about it. You can think about it. But I believe that I have a warning for the country, a warning for rural America, a warning for America overall. Here's what happened. Back in December, I woke up, I had a dream, and in that dream, I saw a calendar starting January 2020, and it was being flipped. And I saw January, I saw February, I saw March. And when March came up, the hand held it, and I saw the finger underline.
I think you're going to have to rely on God. I think a lot of
and
us
then
are going to
tap it
have to
3
do
times.
that, Serenity.
So underlined the month of March, tapped it 3 times. So to me, it was emphasis. Something's going to happen in March. And then I saw April, May, June. And when June came, the hand underlined June again and tapped it 3 times. Then
That's a great idea, actually.
I saw people marching. I saw protests. I saw people wearing masks. I saw lines going to hospitals. I saw typical medical doctors with needles or syringes. I saw people on ventilators. I saw people who were very, very sick, very, very ill. I saw newspaper headlines trumpeting thousands of people getting sick. I saw ambulances just flying down roads. And then I saw cities on fire. I saw buildings being burned. I saw protesters with masks. I saw people who had their fists in the air, people who were yelling and screaming, angry at the world. I saw courthouses. I saw state houses surrounded. I saw people who were mad at the world. I saw guns, shotguns specifically, put in the air, held like this, and I saw barriers within cities. I told several men in my church about this, and I can confirm who those men were, and they'll confirm that what I'm telling you is what I told them. I saw absolute chaos. And the other thing I saw was vultures flying over large cities.
He mentioned bears in the cities.
I saw vultures flying over the cities.
It's already happening here.
Rising,
Yeah.
and I saw
Bears
people
in downtown Lexington at the University of Kentucky campus.
Looking out the windows, the curtains of their windows, and with guns in their hands because there was absolute fear. Then I heard the words, brace yourself, brace yourself. So since December, I've been hearing those words, brace yourself, brace yourself. January, February came, didn't seem too much. I reminded the men of the dream. And then in March, boom, COVID-19 hit. And things started shutting down. Churches were shut down. Business was shut down. The economy shut down. Then we began to see the protests starting in May in Minneapolis, and all those things began to go on. So where we are at the end of the primary election here in Kentucky. And now there's talk of more shutdowns. I just heard the governor talk about schools opening back up and things of that nature. But the things that I saw in a dream and vision back in December are the same things that I watched in the news almost every day since March through June. All this time I kept hearing, brace yourself, brace yourself. I spend time in prayer. I spend time in the Word. I'm a pastor. And it's not just my job. It's something that I enjoy doing. I love doing. And I'm very interested in the news around the world. I read 40 newspapers a day from all around the world. I keep up with news in other parts of the nations better sometimes than I hear here because it's hard to know who to trust. But I get news from all over the world, all around the world, from both liberal and conservative sources. I'm very well read. I'm very understanding of how nations work. I've traveled quite a bit, and I'm not just making these things up. I can confirm what I have said. And with that in mind, on Monday night, I had another dream. And it woke me from my bed. I made notes about it. I shot some video of myself, just making sure I can remember. But here's what I saw. I saw a calendar. Start with the calendar. And as I was having this, the calendar was up, a white figure appeared. And to me, it was representing God, the Holy Spirit, something pure, something righteous, something true, something holy, because there was nothing sinister about it, nothing evil. But I heard the voice say, part two. And I saw June go up. I saw July, I saw August, and then I saw September. And I saw the finger underneath the word September, and like emphasizing it, and tapped it 3 times. And then I saw October come up, and then I saw November. And this is when it got real to me in the dream. I think the intensity, according to my Fitbit, when I woke up, my heart rate was about 180. So that was Monday night. It was also a night that I woke up not feeling very well at all. I was up during the night, not feeling well. But anyway, the minute the finger underlined November 3 times, instead of tapping it, I saw a fist ball up and it hit the calendar. And literally, the calendar exploded into the wall. The numbers seemed like they were 3D and they were falling. They were just flying everywhere. And there was a cloud of chaos that started. And then the next thing I saw was I saw armed protesters. I saw fighting in the streets. I saw people pummeling one another. I saw businesses shuttered and shut up. I saw schools closed. I saw schoolrooms with cobwebs hanging in them, and like things like papers falling off the wall and posters falling, like no one had been in them for months. I saw bank buildings with the roofs being taken off. It looked almost like alien abduction because money was just flying through the roof into some type of like a vacuum cleaner. It sounds kind of strange, but I was watching wealth just being taken. I saw politicians in back rooms making deals with people, patting people on the back and laughing and smiling and smirking. And I saw monuments. I saw Washington, D.C. burning. I saw Washington,
That's
D.C.
awful.
blazing. I saw fires everywhere. I saw people being rounded up. I saw Chinese and Russian soldiers on the ground. And Russian soldiers were telling the Chinese soldiers to go and pick up these people, round up these people, secure this quadrant, secure this area. I saw blue helmets of the UN. I saw military things taking place. I also saw no sign of President Trump. I saw no sign of leadership in Washington, D.C. But the vultures that I had seen were now like gargoyles, and they were 10 feet off the ground, 10 to 15 feet off the ground. And they were just attacking people mercilessly. I saw people hiding in their homes and garages. I saw churches being burned. I saw homes being burned. I saw absolute chaos. And the fist punch on the November of 2020 is what got my attention. And then I heard the words again, brace yourself, brace yourself, brace yourself. That has been something that I have heard for almost 7 months now. Starting once we get to July, it's going to be 7 months. And once again, I'm not claiming to be a prophet. I'm not proclaiming, just we'll see what happens through November and see if I'm right about this. But I know when I hear God's voice, I know what God's voice sounds like to me. I know when he speaks. And I know when I have a dream that I know is him. And the things that I was seeing, I don't say this to scare people, but I say this to warn people that there are some pretty sinister things coming down the pike. And not just for the lost, but for God's people as well. The second dream I had last night, and it woke me up. In this dream, we just had a yard sale to help fund a team going to Ecuador this next year. And we had a yard sale. And I had asked our secretary to get us some change for that yard sale. So in the dream that I'm having, I walk into the bank to get some change. And on the door, it says there's no change available. I saw the sign, it registered in my mind, but I walked on in, and the president of the local bank was at the teller station. And she was going to be taking care of business. And I said, I need to get $10 in quarters for a yard sale. And she said, I'm sorry, but the U.S. Mint is no longer making currency or making change like pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, half dollars. We're not doing that anymore. And I was like, well, what do you mean? She said, they've stopped doing it. And I said, well, how are we going to be able to charge $1.50 for anything? And she said, prepare for hyperinflation and just charge $2. And then she said to me in the dream, oh, and by the way, $1 and $5 bills will follow soon after that. And then I heard those words.
That's crazy.
Brace yourself. Brace yourself. Brace yourself.
Yeah.
And I woke up. I
And
wrote
think
these
about
things
it. We're
down.
already having a change shortage
I've
right
never
now.
gone on video and recorded the dreams that I've had. And I hesitated to not do the one I had back in December. But everything I saw in that dream in December came true between March and June, when in the dream I was showed March through June. And so I don't think I would be doing anyone a service if I don't share what I saw in these dreams and visions. And I believe that we're going to see not just a second huge wave of COVID between September, October, November, but we're going to see major things with the elections. We're going to see major chaos in our country. We're going to see troops in our cities. We're going to see the protests get even worse. We're going to see buildings burn. We're going to see what could only lead to civil war in this country. And so for my friends that are believers, I'm just going to share you what I think you need to hear. First of all, you need to be preparing food. You make sure you've got alternative forms of currency like silver or gold or whatever. I believe you need to have an ample supply of both guns and ammunition.
Amen.
And that's not just the Second Amendment fan in me coming out. That is the that we're seeing. They're talking about defunding the police. That means one thing: you're on your own in a lot of areas. I also believe you need to be praying like you never prayed before. Make sure your family knows what's going on, where you are. Have some communication between your family about if certain things happen, if certain things go down. I'm not saying get off the grid, and I've never, ever said anything like this in my church. I have said I believe things like this could happen, but I've never done what I'm doing right now. And I'm telling you that between September and November of this coming year, and you'll be able to check me, if by the time we get to November nothing's happened, or December 1st, man, you call me on this and say, Dana Coverstone, you are an absolute idiot and a fool for saying those things. Go right ahead. But I realize I'm responsible for what I've spoken. But I also know what I sense, and I know the Holy Spirit's voice enough to know that what I've heard, I believe is going to happen. And what I heard in December happened between March and June. Not because I'm a prophet, but because dreams have a prophetic edge to them sometimes. I've been doing a whole series on dreams and visions. I'm going to finish that series up tonight on my on our church. And I'm going to talk about why dreams and visions are literally an extension of the spiritual gifts of 1 Corinthians chapter 12, because word of wisdom, word of knowledge, discernment, all those things are required for dreams. And I pray, Lord, show me what these things mean that I have seen. Show me how to interpret them and what they are. And right now, as I speak this, it is June 24th, Wednesday night at 5:30 p.m. in Burkesville, Kentucky. I'm in my office at the church, Living Word Ministries in Burkesville, Kentucky, sharing this. Not to scare you, because I believe, look, God gave the prophets of the Old Testament a lot of warnings. Not to scare people, but to prepare them for what was coming.
Would you like
So
to get on,
I'm challenging you. Don't just let people to come. That's not it either. Because look, the Bible says last days will be a great falling away. Jesus tells people to endure to the end. Make sure you endure to the end. Why? Because people won't endure sound doctrine. They're gonna hear something. Some are gonna hear me and go, "Oh man, he is on drugs or something." I mean, I'm telling you, the dreams I've had, you can do with them. You can interpret them the way that you want to. But I'm going to declare that I believe we're going to see between September and November incredible, terrible, awful, nasty, bad things happen in this nation. And for the people who are not prepared for it, it's not just going to catch them in a bad place. It's going to destroy a lot of faith, a lot of hearts, a lot of relationships, a lot of people. The aim is to kill this nation. Because right now, we are a nation that stands in the way of a lot of the Antichrist principles like freedom, liberty, justice. First Amendment, Second Amendment, the Antichrist doesn't want those things. And yes, I do believe the Antichrist is alive and well on planet Earth. And I don't really care what people think about this video. You can call me whatever you want. You can say whatever you want about me, but wait till December 1st to say it. And if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to come out and say, folks, I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what I ate that night. But I've never had two dreams like this. I've never had a part one, part two. Part one came fully true. And part two, I believe, will as well. So, heed my words, folks. Believers, stop messing around if you're not living for the Lord like you need to. Because the press, there's an olive press moment coming for the church in this country. An olive press moment. And we're going to get crushed and squeezed and pushed down. That's why I believe God keeps saying, brace yourself. He's saying this to me so I can say it to you. Brace yourself for the things that are coming. Endure till the end, no matter how hard it gets. I'm not giving up the faith that I have in Christ. I've come too far in this walk and too far in my life to do that. But I want to make sure that others don't make that mistake and don't just walk away from it. Take up the cross, deny yourself, and follow him. Thanks for listening.
Okay, we should probably take a look at the chain shortage stuff after watching that. Because it is just crazy that he had that dream and now there's suddenly chain shortage.
Well, that and the Bears, but then, well, I understand now where he lives, and I can understand that. But it is odd that there are bears in the cities now. But the change, you know, I think I'm going to try what he tried. I'm going to go to the bank tomorrow and ask for some change.
That wasn't a dream, though. That wasn't in a dream, though.
Well, no, I know that wasn't. That was something he actually did.
He said it was a dream. He said it was part of one of his dreams.
Well, I mean, where he went to the bank to get change for a yard sale.
That was part of a dream he had.
Oh, I thought it was something he actually did because he was going to be funding a missionary group. And he needed to have the yard sale to raise funds.
That was, he already said it was a dream. It's crazy that he had that dream and suddenly there's this change shortage. So I think that they're going to stop minting change at some point. And then the 1s and 5s and 20s are all going to follow. So, we only have a couple of months left before the grid goes down. What are some survival tactics we can come up with? We're going to need food. We're going to need water.
Well, water is a big thing, which fairly easy, although fairly unsafe these days. It's rainwater. We could always
rainwater. We could distill rainwater and pack it away.
Well, that's what I have a distillation rig. A lot of people don't. We collect rainwater straight off the roof and into a rain barrel. But the thing with that is it stagnates. So you can't just drink it. But like you said, you can distill it.
Mhm.
It's still good for watering the plants, because when all this goes down, the water companies, you're probably not going to be able to turn a faucet on either.
Right.
So I never even really considered that till just now. There's other things too, like the food, for example. Well, I know people are against trapping. Some people. But traps are something that work around the clock for you all the time. You can set trap lines. You have to check them every day, but it's part of it.
So the information we currently have, it's ironic it's all going to happen in November, isn't it?
Well,
Because it's an election year.
I don't think you can take their playhouse down that quick.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's a big infrastructure. I don't see it just like flipping a switch.
But but you heard what that guy said. He said that that he saw things take place in November in his dream. We only have a few months. We know that from the ex-Freemason who came forward that we don't have a lot of time left. If we need food and water, now is the time to get it.
Yeah, it is, honestly. Like, have a bunch, like gallons of water, from the store
Mm-hmm.
put back, but not to rely on that. That's just to get you started,
Yeah.
But you also would need a way to consistently clean water so
Mm-hmm.
that you would have a source of water that's not going to run out.
Right.
I don't know how it is where, different people might not have. There's all kinds of ponds and lakes and streams around here, creeks, rivers. I'm not so sure I'd want to drink any of that. But
So when we know that when America falls, that the rest of the world is going to fall as well. It's similar to the Catholic Church thingy. When the Catholic Church falls, the Protestants will fall also. They've set it up that way. I think they set it up this way on purpose.
well, the church is already fallen in my eyes. There's another part that bothers me, and that's looters. When people can't get things from the stores, guess what's going to happen?
Oh, hey. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Frogman. In November, America's gonna finish crashing and falling down, and the there will be no more grid. There will be no more money.
I don't know. I hope he's wrong. That's a lot to prepare for.
The fact is, we tend to be over reliant on the grid that's in place, and that's what the elite are counting on. Because then, when everything goes downhill, when the grid goes off, so many people aren't going to be able to take care of themselves.
I know, that's why I said looters. That's what worries me probably the most. People will be coming into your house trying to get things that they don't have, that you do have. And with a defunded police force, like that guy said, you're pretty much on your own. You're on your own anyway.
Yes.
You can't. Hang on a minute. Don't kick my door in just yet. Let me call the police. Yeah, right. In all reality, you don't have time to call the police anyway.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, food and water. Planting gardens. Although it's almost too late right now for some crops.
Yeah. Frogman, I don't think anything you're looking forward to in November is nearly as important as what we're talking about right now.
Oh, man.
The grid is literally gonna go away.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to play that
You're not gonna
PlayStation.
have running water anymore. You're not gonna by that time you're not gonna be too worried about your games. Because everything is just gonna be off. We're not gonna have internet anymore. We're not gonna have TV anymore. We're just not. That is what the grid going away means. No more electricity.
No running water, no electric. Possibly not even any mail. No job.
Yeah.
No income. I used to keep a bug out bag, and I don't have one anymore. So that I could take off and go anywhere and survive it, and just be out in a matter of a few minutes. That is what I need. That's what I don't have right now. I think everybody should have that, as a last case scenario. I do have something probably nobody else on here has, and that's a waterproof Bible. It's heavy.
think that's
But
I think that's currently worthless. I mean, the Bible is changing through the Mandela effect.
yes, but it's
I'm not saying that there's no value in having a Bible, but the Mandela effect keeps changing it. We're gonna have to learn how to rely on the Spirit of God and follow God's Spirit instead of relying on books all the time.
well, yeah, no, I don't rely on it. In some ways, I do. So I guess I just lied, but in some ways, yes, I do. I guess.
Yeah, we have to really listen for God's voice even more than we ever have before.
Well, you know, if it weren't for the Bible, there's a lot of things I wouldn't know.
I-
Hang on just a second.
Eric? Would you like to get on the stream, Frogman? You can invite the Kiss Fanatic too if you want. I don't care.
The more the merrier. Sorry about that. My mom was going to bed.
It's fine.
PlayStation 5, huh? Yeah, it was funny.
No better. No electricity. No more games. But the thing is, this is still part of the Hegelian dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. The government is going to create this problem to get a reaction from the people, and then they'll provide a solution. There's probably going to be a one world government after all of this is said and done, and a new currency.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yes.
There's something else as I'm trying to plug up my lab so I can have light. Light. With no electric. You know, kerosene lamps or oil lamps will also be a very handy thing to have.
Absolutely. We still
We
have
used to
several
use them in
candles
the
in the house, I
mountains.
guess.
Yeah, candles are good too. In the mountains, what we would do is we would put a mirror behind the kerosene lamp, and it really increases the brightness, you know, the luminosity. You can see a lot more with the mirror behind the lamp.
That's nice to know.
Yeah, that's something my grandpa, you know, well, I learned it from him. You take 40 years of living off the grid, there's little tricks like that that you learn. Another thing, staying warm. Wood burning stove. Stoves can be a pain to install safely. May not be such a problem in the southern states. It gets pretty cold here in Kentucky, though. So, what all do you have, or as far as preparedness?
My parents aren't really that awake. They don't think that this is gonna happen. They're still under the delusion that everything's gonna go back to how it was.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. There's really not much I can do about that, but I can prepare for the pets at least. And maybe I can manage to get a couple gallons of water into the house without people getting upset.
Well, a couple gallons won't go very far.
I know. I don't think anything I can say or do is going to convince them that something's going to happen. They're just seeing me as a conspiracy nut.
Well, see, I've got the complete opposite problem. Well, my mother, knows what's coming. And she looks to me to make it, for me to get us through it, which is a burden. It's not too bad, to keep one person alive, yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But the more people you add on to that, the harder it gets.
I live with a bunch of other people right now. I don't know what to do.
And so you're not allowed to stock up on anything, right?
Right.
So don't stock up on anything. Just stock up on things that will help you when the time comes. Like, for instance, a distillation rig. You can buy one online for like $35, $50, a small glass one. Of course, then, you run into the situation of no electric, so you would have to use a heat source like a fire.
Oh, I love making fire. I've been on camping trips. I enjoyed I sometimes wondered what would happen if I put this on the fire. What would happen if I put that on the fire?
Really? We got ourselves.
I'm a bit of a pyro.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We got ourselves a pyro.
Yes.
Well, I'm kind of a pyro too, but I've been on fire, so I kind of respect it a little bit more nowadays. And for the record, stop, drop, and roll don't work.
Fire.
I stopped, dropped, and rolled in the snow, and it wouldn't go out. I ended up ripping my jeans off of me. I was standing too close to the fire, with my back to the fire, trying to get my hands warm.
Uh-huh.
Next thing I know, I'm on fire. My brother's like, "Man, you're burning. You're on fire." He said, "Stop, drop, and roll." And, I hit the deck and there's 6 inches of snow on the ground, and look like I'm making a snow angel, trying to get it to go out, and it wouldn't go out. I jumped up and ripped my pants. I was adrenaline, I guess, because I'm not that strong, to be able to do that. Nobody is. But them jeans sure did rip right off me. But that's another thing. The ability to start a fire. There's a lot of things.
I know how to start a fire. I could probably stock up on
Lighters.
yeah, lighters and matches.
Yeah. I meant, though, in an event that those run out, Have you ever started? Well, you probably haven't. With those fire starters, a magnesium strip and a blade.
No.
Yeah, not many people have, but I've done it a few times just for practice. But basically, these are just the basic things that you need: food, water, and fire, and shelter.
Mhm.
That's all you need.
Yeah. But how am I going to keep taking care of my pets after everything runs out? I don't have very much space to stock for them. And when all the power goes out, well, there goes Cookie's meat.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Do you know how to skin a rabbit, a squirrel?
No, I don't.
Well, you might need to learn. Have you ever been hunting?
No.
It's
I can stock up on kibble and canned food for the cats, but Cookie has health problems.
yeah, I know.
I don't know what I'm gonna do for Cookie.
Nobody in your family hunts at all
No.
for fishes or nothing.
Well, we know how to fish. Grandpa used to take us out on fishing trips. But hunting, no.
I've been dying to go hunting. Just to, I haven't had a piece of rabbit in a few years. I'm more of a squirrel person, but I might start trapping. Like I said, it's something that works for you all the time. So, like hunting, you have to be really proactive about it. But traps, you just set the traps and they do their thing. You don't worry about them. You just set them and leave them, leave them alone. And go on about your business. Good food source.
The thing is, everything that Cookie eats, as of right now, does not require a fridge and a freezer except for the meat. And the meat is so very vital for her diet.
Well, I guarantee you, if I was to skin a rabbit and throw it on a fire, she would eat it. I promise you, she would. But now the other stuff, I don't know about that. She would have to do without that.
All Cookie really wants is to snuggle in people's laps. None of this is fair to her.
Well, it's not fair to any of God's creation.
Yeah, it really isn't. I wish that we never really lived on the grid in the first place. Actually, then we'd probably know how to hunt, know how to feed our dogs, know all of these survival things. But this stupid grid. But because we're all living on a grid, we rely on it for shelter, to preserve our food, for our water. It was done on purpose. The way when they pulled the plug on the grid, we'd have to look to them for help.
Well, some people might have to, but I lived off the grid. I know what it's like. In a harsh environment.
Most people are going to be looking to the government to help them after the grid goes down.
Oh, yeah. Because most people won't know anything else. That's all they're going to know.
Yes. And I don't know what I'm really going to do. I have a car, but I don't have my driver's license. But even if I did, it can't fit all 3 pets inside.
Yeah, I've got a truck and a car, but I don't have a driver's license either.
How are you going to play that without electricity?
Oh, is he going on about the PS5 again?
Yeah. How are you going to play that without electricity, Frogman? How are you going to manage this?
Solar panels.
after the grid goes down.
Well, I'm hoping it don't. I figure it's going to be a few more years. I'm hoping.
No, it's scheduled for this year. This is what the elites are planning this year. We can't just say, oh, we hope it'll be a few more years and then just ignore the problem.
Oh, no, that means, no, it's not so I can ignore it. It's so that I can get better prepared.
But, Elric. The time to prepare is now. It's not going to be a few more years before everything goes down.
No, I mean really prepare for when I say prepare, I'm not talking about prepare for a few months. I'm talking about preparing for years. For coming years, not coming months. I mean, it can't go down that long.
Why not?
How the whole electrical infrastructure, what's it just going to be there and nothing is going to be running, period, ever again? I mean, that would.
Grid to come back. If we want the grid to come back on for us, there will probably be the specification of taking the mark of the beast.
That's what I say. I mean,
we have to be prepared to never have electricity again, since we're not going to take that mark.
Well, I'm just not ready to go off grid again. See, I've actually done it, and it's not the romantic life everybody thinks it is. I dread that.
What choice do we have, though? The fact of the matter is, the mark of the beast is coming. If you take it, you'll probably have your electricity again. If you don't, you'll be on the run forever. And we're not taking the mark.
Oh.
So, Anyway,
That's what I was saying. When this comes, I don't think you can just hole up at your house. It's going to turn you into living a nomadic life. On the move, constantly on the move.
I know that.
And you know what's even more frightening?
What?
They will be hunting down people like us. I guarantee it.
Oh, of course they will be. But, you know, to live is for Christ, to die is gain. No matter what happens to us.
Yeah.
We're not of this world anyway, so why should we fear death?
Oh, I don't fear it, but I'm not asking for it either. Believe me, the stuff I've done, I'm not afraid of death. But you walk on 3.5 inches, 2 stories up in the air, and ask someone that does that, are they scared of dying? No, they're not. You walk on a 2x4, 2 stories in the air, you really don't value your life. You know, for $15 an hour. But that's not the point. I mean, it's like I was saying a while back, you know, my grandpa never could have even dreamed of the problem of drones, even a drone. They're starting to use them at work now at Toyota. Security is, they got them flying around outside the building, spying on people. Like if, you know, you step outside, you're not supposed to go congregate outside. So security is using them outside now. They're flying around the buildings. I haven't seen one yet. I'll probably throw a rock at it if I see one. I would suggest learning how to hunt.
I think that God's probably going to start performing miracles when the food all runs out, honestly. Because not enough people know how to hunt.
Was it in Enoch? I was reading about the manna. Was that in Enoch 19? Or was it somewhere else?
I think it was in Exodus.
No, I mean, I know where it's at, but I thought maybe Enoch was mentioning it too.
Oh?
Maybe I wasn't there. But I got thinking, and it kind of makes it sound like it's a powder. It's like it comes like the morning dew. Yes.
Interesting.
Remember how it mentioned it coming up like the morning dew? But yeah, I mean, I know it falls from, you know, from the sky. Like rain. The manna.
I'd like to see what manna tastes like. Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Imagine it to be like flatbread. You know,
I think that I think God will send manna again. I don't see why he wouldn't. Not enough people know how to hunt. And many of his people still rely on the grid. He's gonna understand that. And he'll send manna from heaven, I believe. That's really interesting, Jeff.
What was it? I missed it.
He said rabbits have a disease that is killing them. Food of many animals, no coincidence.
What is it now about the rabbits?
They have a disease that's killing them. Let me see if I can find any information on that and share it. I wouldn't be surprised if the elite created a disease just for them.
Well, I mean, I know that certain populations go through phases where they have disease, and they'll tell you don't eat them this year, or if it looks like this, if its tongue is this color or whatever, don't eat it. Like the deer, for example. Last year there was some kind of disease with the deer, but if its tongue was, of course, by then you've already killed it. But you could tell by the color of its tongue, for example, with the deer.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it though. The elite could have easily created a virus to kill off all the rabbits, since they intend to turn off the power grid this year. It would cause hunters a lot of problems, especially if that was their main catch. I wouldn't put it past them, would you?
No, I wouldn't. They can't disease every plant on the planet, though. I mean,
All right, here we go. A new viral outbreak is killing rabbits. Let me share the screen.
a lot of survival anyway is not based off of meat. Because, hold on, let me read that. Let's see here. Early virus outbreak in the U.S. There's one killing thousands of wild rabbits started in Mexico in March. Arizona. That stinks. Hemorrhagic disease type 2.
Yes, the deep state has everything under wraps.
That sounds
So
like
no matter,
so like they're bleeding out. Is that what I'm reading? I mean, hemorrhaging, that means bleeding.
yeah.
Hemorrhagic disease virus.
It looks like it's also fatal to pets.
I'm glad that whoever pointed this out pointed it out, but there's more to it than just rabbits.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna have to rely on God for our food. I don't think there will be any other way. The deep state's pulling all the shots. They're the ones in charge.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I agree. Excuse me. Oh, these lightning bugs are killing me.
We're probably gonna die for our faith at some point, you know.
Yeah, I'm prepared for that. I hope it's a guillotine.
Hey Jeff, would you like to join the stream? Oh, that's true. The elites really aren't a fan of our pets. Click the link. Click the link to StreamYard. Oh, lovely. It looks like trolls are here.
Yeah, I seen that.
So, I don't think any of us really have enough time to prepare. So let's just prepare the best we can and ask God how to best prepare for what is going to go down in November when the grid goes off. Ah, yes, you are, Tent. Yes, you are, Frenzy.
If you want to come on a stream like this and say God isn't real, that's
Let's
kind of
just
trolling.
Let's just ignore the trolls for now. Right. If we give them any more attention, we'll just feed them.
Yeah.
You can start by praying. Okay, Jeff Bunt, press the StreamYard link that I'm posting. Oh, Frenzy. You have demons, but you're not a demon. These two are idiots.
Where's Jeff?
I have no idea. Does he have a Discord?
I don't know. All I know is from Facebook.
Oh, I think I should have him on my Facebook actually.
Yeah, I think he's on following Jesus, the messenger thing. That's where I see him at sometimes.
I think he's in my friends list actually. Oh, hello, Kendrick. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Jeff is on my Facebook friends list. I'm gonna message it to him. There we go. Okay. Really, you tent? He is just an idiot.
Well, maybe he's being sincere.
He's a troll. I don't really think he's being sincere after everything I've dealt with him.
Oh.
Well, we've been streaming for about an hour and a half.
Yep.
I'm 25 a tent. I'm not interested in that.
What was it? It only pops up for a couple seconds and then it goes away. I can't see the whole chat. Every time I try to, I lose contact.
Okay. But why can't you just glance over to the comments that are already in the StreamYard thingy?
Well, I tried, but then when I try to get back to where I'm at now,
What? But comments are off to the side of our little stream and here in StreamYard.
well, it might be different on a PC.
My thoughts on Kanye. It's 2020. Anything could happen. Including the power grid going off in November. Which it will, by the way. We're not gonna have any more electricity. No, Kanye's not gonna save America.
No.
Kanye's not even a real Christian. He to be in the music industry, you have to do all kinds of satanic rituals.
Yeah, even what's his name? Even talks about
it. I don't hate you, but you kind of haven't been very nice. Coronavirus is definitely part of the government. It was created in a lab. Well, that's not entirely untrue. You are a troll.
you big old meanie. The Christian music industry is not safe either for whoever posted that about
Yeah, it
casting
really
crowns.
Yeah, the Christian music industry really is not all that safe.
What was the other one? Hillsong. You should see some of the shows to whoever it was that posted that. How satanic. I watched this one show where they were doing a play.
Is modern Christian music really doesn't have all that much effort put into it. Anyways. I mean, there are a couple of good songs here and there, but overall, it's not the best.
Jeff, are you going to join?
That's why I listen to hymns instead.
Yeah, the hymns. I like some of the older hymns.
Yeah, and I also write my own lyrics too, just because.
I'm going to fix my my guitar soon, and I've been thinking about maybe starting to play some old Christian hymns on it instead of playing Led Zeppelin. I need to go the other direction. It doesn't have to be slow and boring.
The fact is, people are casting spells over the music that they're making.
Yeah, I mean, you know, my favorite group, Led Zeppelin, is known to have been demonic at one time. And yet I listen to them anyway. But I listen to anything that has a good guitar line. So, I mean, that's what I play. So that's what I listen to.
We should probably get back to the main topic of the stream.
Yes, you're right.
All of America.
What is that? Babylon the Great has fallen. That's what they're going to be hollering before long. This is the greatest country in the world, right?
Right. It's Mystery Babylon.
Exactly. And
the fake church is the horror of Babylon, I believe.
you know what? I think you're right. Of course, it could be the RCC as well.
I think it's just the church as a whole. I mean, God clearly uses the church to draw people towards him. But it's like the church still teaches stuff that goes contrary to scriptures.
Yeah, but I mean, not every church does. I
know, but
I mean, I have to say that.
I know, but a lot of them do, and it's like there are an awful lot of Christians who think all spiritual experiences are a sin against God when the Bible says the exact opposite.
Yeah, I know. See, the church, my home church.
No one will be saving America, Frenzy. All of this whole thing, the fall of America, was planned by the elite.
Yeah, America is predestined to fall anyway. Look at the morality of the country, brother. Look at it. There is no morality. It's Sodom and Gomorrah all over again.
And I guess I'm fine with it burning, honestly. Aliens are just demonic entities. Attent. You could cast them out in Christ's name the same way you can with any demon. You do realize that all the presidents are related to each other and they're all involved in Freemasonry. And presidents are selected, not elected, so it doesn't matter if you vote or not. Politics is dumb. I personally am not looking forward to the reset.
Neither am I. You know, Rush has a song. I can't remember the name of the song, but the lyrics are something along the lines of "Life is just a stage, and we are merely players, performers, and portrayers."
I think that's true. We're either in the audience or we're up on the stage. The grid is going to go down and more money is going to go away. The economy is going to crash.
If it doesn't happen in November, it's going to happen sometime soon anyway.
Yeah, we're already looking at a chain shortage anyway.
It's just a matter of time.
Yes.
Being prepared, though, is not quite as easy as it sounds. I know you keep saying, well, we need to rely on God. Yes, of course we do. But there's one thing, God never really wanted anybody to just lay back on their back and just give up, you know. I think you should be proactive in it. You should be doing both.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a video up. But it's just being... My internet connection is just being bad.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, it was earlier too. That's why I said, can you hear me? Because I thought I looked at my phone, it's full 5G. I was like, that's not a problem on my end. I turned my Wi-Fi off before the stream. Let's see, I just lost you right there. There you are. I hear something in the background. I noticed it earlier today. I don't know if it's a ceiling fan.
I already... Yeah, it's a ceiling fan. I got a new fan recently. Not that it'll matter in a couple months. My parents got it for me, but I don't... It's not going to even matter in a couple of months when the grid's turned off.
I would say something about your house, but I'll just keep my mouth hush hush until it's a private conversation.
I'm going to turn off my mic and see if I can get YouTube to...
Okay.
Nope.
What's wrong? It's not. What's it not loading or what?
It's just giving me ads every 2 seconds on the laptop for some reason.
Yeah, that's getting aggravating. The whole ad thing. It's like you can't even watch a YouTube
It's
video
not-
anymore without an ad.
And it's not even letting me rewind the video, so
What was that other? It's not YouTube, but I think you have an account there.
Blair,
I'm trying to think of the name of it.
Blair.
Oh yeah, maybe it's. I was thinking of BitChute or something. Maybe they both start with a B. So
Blair, not Blair.
Vlaire, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're still setting off fireworks. Now would be a good time to detonate something. You can't get in trouble. I could probably go inside and get my gun and pop a few rounds off and not get in trouble. Buddy, I just popped off M80. I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh, um, there's nothing I can do at this time to convince my parents that this is all coming and we should be prepared.
Actually, there might be.
They
I
don't
was-
listen to me.
But I was just looking at I was looking up the thing about the coinage.
Hmm.
Find something about the US Mint and show them. I was just looking it up on my iPad because I can't do anything on my phone because if I do, I'll lose the stream again. Let me see if I can find it again.
The grid is it's the power grid. It's what gives us all our electricity. When the grid goes down, we won't have any more electricity.
Well, it looks like they're already ceasing the production of pennies.
Yes. I currently have a ton of pennies piled
Yeah.
away, but I don't know how long they'll be good for.
Yeah, I'm thinking about I don't know.
God keeps telling me to save up my bills and my change, and I don't know what He wants me to spend them on right now.
Well, you've done a good job at it. Better than I have. I didn't get the unemployment. I mean, I got one check and that was it. But
I have no idea what the money in my jar is for. God hasn't told me that yet.
a generator, that's a good question. We've been talking about that.
Yeah, a generator runs on fuel, which you have to buy. And if there is no money, how can you buy more fuel for your generator?
But Kendrick, no, not the PS5. Geez, what is it with everybody in the PS5?
No, I do not. Those are demonic.
You mean the Tarot papers, Paul?
The tarot cards. Those are demonic. Like, I believe in spirituality, but I believe in spirituality and connecting with God through it, not.
But Kendrick, you can run a generator on ethanol, which can be made at home.
What? I never said Sav was demonic. I said tarot readings are demonic.
But it says they're going to cease the penny production in 2022.
I think they're going to do it a lot sooner than that.
Well, yeah, I just now saw this article was written in December 15, 2019. So almost a year ago.
All right. The fact is, we're going to lose all our money later this year. They might have initially planned it for a little later on, but I think it's now because we're currently having the chain shortage.
I'm going to ask about that next time I go anywhere. I don't like going out in public, but
Oh, hey, Logan.
the Kiss fanatic, what's up? Wow, there's quite a few on here,
Yep.
but none of them will get on the stream.
I'm just going to put the link to the stream. Want to get on? The trolls are just...
Yeah, I started to sing a song earlier about moderators, but wasn't wanting to detract.
It's not like I don't have any moderators put in place for my streams. They just don't always show up to my streams.
I haven't quite figured out this whole StreamYard thing yet, but it must be a lot different on mobile. I got to get a PC, but hey, what good's it going to do? Sounds like Misty's back in the stream.
Misty, she's actually over by my door and she's staring at my dog as my dog sniffs at the cat food.
Oh,
Like a brat.
did you So this may seem like a silly question, but you know that you don't have to refrigerate freeze-dried dog food, right? Like raw, freeze-dried raw.
I'm aware, but I have looked at all the pre-made freeze-dries on the market, and they're still a bit too carby for cookie.
Oh,
It sucks that that's how it is, but... And besides that, they're still really expensive.
yeah, and so is the freeze-dried machine. I might post up a challenge on my chemistry server for somebody to develop.
What is it, Frenzy?
Huh?
What do you want, Frenzy? I'm just gonna remove him from the stream so he's not.
No. I have something to say.
What is it?
Nigger faggot.
See, he's a troll.
Yep.
Yes! I won't. The dog's up here now.
Yeah, I believe you now.
Yeah, Frenzy's just a troll. Hi, Cookie. You are such a sweet baby.
I'd hate to think that I have nothing better to do than to troll on somebody's serious conversation. And it is a serious conversation. It might not sound like it at times, but it is. What's going to happen when you can't troll anymore and you're starving for food and water? Then they're going to be like, oh, I remember this one time where I was trolling in on a conversation where they were talking about this. I should have listened.
Yeah.
You going back to bed, Mom?
Oh, yeah.
You're live, so. Oh. You all right? You don't look like it.
Yeah, right?
Love you too.
Hello.
Hey, I'm like a huge fan.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I had to say.
All right.
Who was that?
Sav.
Oh, I was talking to my mom. Sorry.
So. After America finishes falling apart, they're probably gonna enforce their one world government, have a one world currency.
Well, you remember that pastor's dream about the blue helmets, the UN,
Yes.
Russia, and China.
Mm-hmm.
Not a very pleasant thought.
It really isn't. But they have to bring order out of the chaos that they themselves are creating.
But a lot of people don't realize either this country is full of cowards or this country is full of a lot of brave men. There are more guns in this country than any other country on the planet.
That's why they're trying to get rid of the guns.
How can they possibly? I mean, Americans ain't gonna. Let's say some Russians, some Russian Jeeps or whatever start strolling through this street right here and start demanding curfew and whatever. What do you think would happen to them? They would get shot down. I mean, it would be a big bloodbath for both sides. There would be an uprising.
And then but think about it though. The Bible says that when the people think that they're safe, well, they call
It's sudden destruction.
Yes. So if we win the war, people will call out peace and safety, and then some destruction will come. That's how I see it right now. And then And then if the Antichrist is human, which I really do doubt that doctrine, but if the Antichrist is human, that would be such a perfect opportunity for him to appear. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's what the Dr. Jeremiah video was. I watched like maybe 2 minutes of it before I jumped on the stream. And he said there's 27 names for the Antichrist in the Bible. 24 or 27, I can't remember. I said, what? He didn't list them all. That's what I was waiting for him to list them. I don't recall that many names for the Antichrist, do you?
No, I do not.
He said the man of lawlessness. He named like 2 or 3. The son of perdition. Of course, Antichrist. But Christ said that there will be many Antichrists.
Yes, there will be many antichrists. If you deny Christ, you are antichrist.
Mm-hmm. But I still believe that there's going to be the Antichrist.
Oh,
But
hey, Rusk.
the
you know
son of
what?
perdition, that could be anybody. Honestly, that could actually refer to a lot of people. The lawless one, the man of sin. The man of sin could refer to that could refer to 90% of America. But I think it's somebody that's going to jump in control and going to run the one world order, the new world order.
There's going to be a one world government, a one world currency.
And a one world religion.
Yes. And the deep Mandela effect is currently leading up to the one world religion as we speak.
Yeah. That's for sure.
They're gonna use the Mandela effects throughout all the sacred texts, throughout all the religious texts from every religion.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't even some Islamic. I don't know what you would call him, a sheikh or whatever he is, however you pronounce that. He even said that the
Quran's changing too.
Yeah. And they probably killed him. I mean,
the changes to scripture is why it's so vitally important to have that connection with God. But the fact is, most Christians don't have that connection with God, and they think it's okay to bash anybody who actually does. You need to have that connection with God too, Eric.
Yes, I'm very aware of that. Whether you know it or not, I was very spiritual at one time. The alcohol led me astray. No, I'm being truthful. That's my only vice. And I'm not saying that I'm any better than anyone else, but I do know the scripture how it was because I was raised in the Bible.
Same here. Yeah, I think that we should ask God to send the angels to this stream because I don't know, the trolls have a lot of demonic influence in their lives right now.
There will always be trolls.
Yeah, but when you really think about it, it's not really them doing some of these things. And they don't recognize that. The battle is spiritual, it's not physical. So if we want to beat the trolls...
Not yet.
if we want to beat the trolls, we have to pray for the trolls. You get what I'm saying? That's why Jesus said, "Love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you."
Yes. That verse actually came up the other day in a place where I never would have thought it would have come up.
Where?
It was some on Facebook. I was shocked, honestly, to see it on that platform and to see
Why?
it not taken down. Facebook is taking down a lot of things. They're going the trend that YouTube is. Mark is under fire. Mark Zuckerberg, whatever his name is.
Oh, the logo for Primal Pet Foods changed on me while I was staring at the bag yesterday.
I'm not even certain what the. We never really bought a whole lot of Primal, so I can't. I don't know what it was. Honestly.
The A used to have a space in it, and now it doesn't. I have some bags of Primal Pet Food sitting up here for the cats.
Well, we quit buying the freeze dried because, like you said, it is expensive, and we were spending large amounts on because I finally got my mom to realize, hey, raw, you need to go raw and get off the kibble. And I explained to her and showed her, and we still need to call. Expose them, maybe on StreamYard instead of Facebook. The one of the major food, dog food companies, pet food. But see, whatchamacallit does more than just dog food. They also do horse feed, chicken feed. The one I was wanting to call originally. I can't think of the name of them.
It doesn't even matter anymore, honestly. The food is gonna run out. The water's gonna run out.
Well, as long as God keeps sending rain, the water ain't gonna. I mean, I got 50 gallons over here in a barrel. That's not a whole lot either.
Can you link me to the water distiller thingy that you mentioned?
Yeah, I can on this on the DMs in the server or something, or on the survival channel.
Yeah, I'd like that.
But it's a slow process. It's just a basic.
I ordered some.
A basic chemistry. It's a glass set. Like if you were really wanting to do big time water distillation, I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay.
I mean, a liter, you can get a liter in an hour or so. So I don't know how fast that is for you.
I think that there's still a bunch of coconut oil jars that no one's using it in the house right now, so I could probably nab some of those and use it for my distilled water. I know it wouldn't be much, but it would be better than nothing. I mean, I'll need containers for this water, right?
Yeah, clean ones. Um, any link I will send you, of course, it will come with a thermometer, which it doesn't really for distilling water. You don't really need to. I mean, it distills off and that's it. But water boils at 212 or 100 degrees Celsius, either one, whichever. I go by Celsius because it makes more sense.
Fahrenheit makes more sense to me.
Why?
It's just what I grew up with. I never grew
Well,
up.
me too. I didn't grow up with the metric system or Celsius or any of that. But the metric, all that, it runs off the power of tens. It makes more sense. Water freezes at 0 Celsius.
I just feel so confused when I look at Celsius. Oh, look, it's an Amber Alert.
I thought that was a weather thing at first. I
It
thought
was
it was maybe me.
It was
I
an
saw-
Amber Alert.
I saw lightning to the south here just a while ago. I thought it might have been a weather alert.
Hey, stop giving me these Amber Alerts. Those put me on edge. That stupid beeping.
I'll send it to you in DMs here in a bit. It's only, I think I've seen them as low as like $35, which is pretty cheap. It's still lightning to the south. We might catch some rain tonight, maybe. I need to check the rainbow.
I would definitely like to look at a water distillery thingy.
Well, see, when I do distillations, I use what they call a hot plate, a heating mantle. Well, it's not a heating mantle, it's a hot plate. But it also has magnetic stirring, which is not necessary for distilling water. That's what I was saying, that you would have to have an alternative heat source besides electric, which is fine. A fire, or you can, whatever, a sterno, whatever. But like I said, you might get a liter an hour. So if you can keep a fire going for an hour, you're going to get a liter of clean water.
All right.
But if they don't kill out the electric, you can distill all kinds of water. You just hook it up and let it go and let it do its thing. For now. I mean, it's a shame you don't have anywhere to store gallons of water. I remember in Arizona when we would go to town, it took us 2 hours to get to civilization, a 2-hour drive. And my grandpa would have a bunch of empty water jugs. And we could they got machines in Arizona. I don't know how it is where you live. It's outside like a Kroger or whatever. And you stick the jug down there and you pop a quarter in the machine and it gives you a gallon of water. And I would sit there and that was my job. I would have to fill up all the water jugs. 25 cents a pop. But with the change shortage, I mean, I doubt you can get a gallon of water for 25 cents now. It's also not an issue here in the mountains. You can get spring-fed water here. You can go up in the mountains, and on the side of the road, there'll be these spigots that stick out from the side of the hill. And it's free. It's spring water. You just open it up and fill up whatever you need. But Appalachia is a bad place to be when all this goes down. Because everybody's going to run for them hills. Everybody.
Yep.
You're not going to want to be around a lot of people when this goes down.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be able to trust anyone. Unfortunately. I mean, I send you, huh?
We have to take this day by day, one step at a time for now.
And there's another thing that may be handy for you to know. I don't know. I'll have to try to remember what it's called, but it was a survival tactic that we used when we would go on 60-mile hikes. You know, it would last us a week. Well, you can't pack that much water. You know, all we would pack is a canteen. You know what a canteen is, right?
Yeah.
It's like a little jug that hangs off your side.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that only lasts like half a day, depending on how hot it is. So what we would do, and you can't pack a distillation rig when you're out on the trail. So what we would do is, my grandpa, you know, he's an ex-Navy SEAL, and this is where he learned this from, was the military.
Hey, it looks like Amazon sells kerosene lanterns, but it's not cheap.
Oh, they ought to be.
No, they're not.
They should be. I mean,
I'm looking at the price tags right now. Let me bring that up on my screen here. Take a look.
oh yeah, them's the different kind. I wasn't talking to. I'm talking about the kind like the old school glass kind that's got like a wick. You got to trim the wick. Okay, whoa, go back up. Oh, right there. Them
These?
on the right, the bottom right. $54.
There's one that's for $14, but it might not be as high quality.
Right. I wonder if that one right there that you're on doesn't even look like it has a wick in it. You got to trim the wicks and stuff in them every so often, or it makes a funny looking flame.
This one has a wick.
Is that one kerosene or oil? It's an oil lamp. I think I'm gonna get a couple.
All right. Amazon has everything.
Yeah, I know it. I'm thinking about getting Prime. I've already got an account. They give me Prime free for a month. Yeah, those are the kind I was talking about, not the ones at the top of the page. Now look at that, 200. They're crazy. Man, you can go to a swap meet and find them for like $5, $20. The globe is what's expensive. The glass part. I've seen some of those globes go for $100 because they're old and you can tell the glass is real old. Like collectors, they want them. Look at that one, 1997. That looked like a good one.
Which one?
I think it was on down. It's a Vermont. Let me see that one.
Wait, what are these? Kerosene oil lamps. You get 3 of them.
I mean, there is 4-inch height glass. You get what you pay for, but
okay, so this wouldn't be what I would be looking for then.
that was my job every morning. Was I would have to climb up the mountain, I'd get into the cabin. I'd start a fire every morning, put the coffee on, and fire the lamp up until it got bright. And people don't understand, and everybody thinks Arizona, oh, it's hot. No, it's like 20 degrees in the morning in the mountains. So you crawl out of your mummy bag, and it's like 20 degrees, and you're shivering, and you're cold.
What about these? Ulrich?
I'm looking at them. I mean, I'm used to the other style. I don't know about those. I've never really used one of them. I've seen them, but I've never actually used one. I'm sure it's the
Hmm.
same, you know. I don't know why it's got that big top on it like that. It's like it's enclosed. See what I mean?
Yeah.
You know how the other ones were open at the top? The ones with the glass globes? But the trick is to put a mirror behind them. And it reflects the light. You know what I mean? It pushes the light out further. But then there you are again though with kerosene. I mean, a jug of kerosene will last a long time with one of these things. 5 gallons, or 20 gallons. You know, you've got almost a year's supply. You only use them at nighttime, and you put them out when you go to bed. So it's not like you're burning them very long.
Okay.
And they got ones that run on alcohol too.
Wow.
Yeah. Just like the generator, you know, you can make a generator run on ethanol if you want to. I think you just gotta adjust the jets in the carburetor is all it is. Or you might have to get different jets. I don't know. I can't remember. Like in newer vehicles, if you want to run your vehicle on E85, which is ethanol, made from corn, you just you get somebody to program the computer in your vehicle to do it. You don't even mess with anything under the hood. They just plug it up under your dashboard. But that's only if the vehicle will run on flex fuel. If you ever notice, like on some trucks, like around by the tailgate, it'll say flex fuel. That's what it's talking about. It'll run on E85, which is cheaper than gasoline. And your motor runs cooler because ethanol burns cooler than octane. It's kind of a topic drift, but a lot of people don't realize this. This country does not have to be reliant on oil at all, period. I would look into those though if I were you. I mean, that's
I have a cat.
yeah, I hear. She sounds like she's going into labor. What's her problem? Twinkles.
Ulrich? Uh, okay.
You
We've
broke
been
the
staring
internet.
for about 2.5 hours. What do you mean?
Oh, no, I was just joking. I said you broke the internet. I was just
Oh.
kidding. No, that's what hit me was it was getting dark, and I went to plug my lab up so I can have light. It's kind of ghetto-fied. So I had to run an extension cord to my lab, and I was like, well, what do you mean, Grandpa? That's another thing. Light. So we had oil lamps. Well, we used kerosene. But I think you can use either one in those lamps. I bet you could use olive oil in one of them. I would almost bet.
I am considering getting the set of 4.
Yeah, but those are
Sure.
they're probably like real small though, because it said something about 4 inches. So
It says 8 inches, actually. 8 inches.
you're talking about, I know that one said 4.
No, it says 8 inches. I'm looking at it.
Well, I mean, the
The
one that,
quantity is 4. The inches is 8. But yeah, that's still pretty small.
but I mean, that could be the diameter. I don't know. I need to get some too. Because light is, kind of important. There's so many things, man, that there's probably so many things that we're overlooking when it comes to, like, you don't think about it until you need it. Just like when I was plugging my lab up, I thought, what happens when I can't do this? How am I going to have light? Because I was needing light. Yeah, dummy, remember? Oil lamps. Grandpa always told me I never could trim the wicks right. All it does is it makes the flame a different shape. I mean, really, that's all it does.
Okay.
You're not cutting them straight. Like, why? Yeah, I am. No, you're not. Okay, whatever. But yeah, you got to trim them every so often because the ends get burnt up. The ends of the wick.
We should probably end the stream here. Honestly.
Well, okay, but I know you're not going to bed.
You're right, I'm not.
I'd be at work like 3 o'clock in the morning. I get a notification every time somebody says something on Discord. Dang, she's still going. It's 3 or 4 o'clock. My phone will vibrate in my pocket. I don't know if it's my boss or whoever trying to get a hold of me. Oh, it's Discord.
Yes? You seem to only snuggle with me because you think it's Joe's Cookie who's boss. Poor Cookie, she's staring over at this.
At what?
Oh, at my cat in my lap. Misty only does it to assert dominance over the dog.
Yeah, I highly doubt that Misty's dominant.
She actually is. Like, she used to chase Cookie around with claws extended when Cookie was a puppy.
That's one thing. You know, a dog gets smacked a few times with them claws. And they kind of know. It's like, don't mess with that. Don't mess with that little fur ball because it hurts.
It's very clear that Misty is higher up in the hierarchy.
Yeah, they call that the pecking order.
Yep. You only snuggle with me to show Cookie who's boss, huh? You don't do it because you like it.
I don't know. She lays down on your keyboard all the time.
Yes, she does.
I would trip out about
that's-
that. No.
I'm apparently a bad slave. I got a dog and I got another cat. I wasn't supposed to do that.
I've been wanting to get a cat, but not a normal cat.
Misty is the oldest animal in the house at the moment.
Yeah, what'd you say? She's like 17, 18?
Yeah, she's 18 by now.
I wanted to get an ocelot, but there's probably so many regulations. It's a cat that probably about the size of a small to medium dog. Probably would eat a lot of meat. Expensive.
Have you considered?
Considered what?
Have you thought about Savannah?
Oh.
Savannah. They're half African serval, half American domestic.
No, I've never even heard of them.
Yeah, they're very rare and they're really hard for people to actually breed.
Well, the ocelot is kind of rare too. They're down there. Supposedly, there's jungles in South Texas and northern Mexico. I don't know, but that's where these cats are native to, and they like to be in trees a lot. It's like a leopard, you know.
I'm getting glared at by a cat.
A cat like this would be like 30 pounds, full grown. And if it wanted to pull its razors out and hurt you, it would probably hurt you pretty bad. But if you raise it from a kitten, it wouldn't, you know. But I'm sure there's all kinds of legal stuff you'd have to go through to get one because I think they're endangered. Because they got a skin, they got a fur like a leopard. And people were hunting them like crazy just for their hide.
That's awful.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible. I mean, I can see doing coyotes like that because coyotes are a problem. They are a problem around here. There is no limit on coyotes here. You can kill as many as you want. Nobody does it. Nobody hunts coyote. Nobody traps them. I know some people that do, but their hides bring like $75, $100 a piece. If it ain't got mange, you know, or whatever. Would you ever consider, you know, if you were starving to death, would you eat a coyote? I know I would. Like if it come down to it and like you were actually living off grid and like starving, I'd eat a gopher, anything. If I had to shoot a robin, I'd shoot a robin, you know? Meat's meat.
If I lived off grid, I'd probably have a garden.
Well, yeah, that's the number one thing. That I mean, even a lot of the Indians cultivated ground. And there was a thing you were talking about earlier that I meant to mention.
Hmm?
You can preserve meat over a fire.
That's
They would,
awesome.
yeah, they would dry their meat. I mean, how do you think Indians would? They would kill a buffalo, or several buffaloes. We're talking thousands of pounds of meat. They would, they had hunting parties. I don't know if you've read much about Indian culture, Native American culture. I have. Crazy Horse is my hero. What they would do is they would just set these racks up over the fire made out of sticks, and they would cut the meat up into strips, kind of like making beef jerky. And they would dry the meat like that, and it's preserved over a campfire. They would preserve hundreds of pounds of meat for the whole tribe. Actually, the guys would go do it, the hunters, the warriors, and they'd bring the meat back, clean it up, and then the squaws would do it, the women would preserve the meat. Like for the Lakota Sioux, that's how they did it. There's so many survival tactics, it's unreal. But when this comes, like you said, we're going to have to rely on God. There is no.
Yes.
All the survival tactics in the world are not going to do you. I mean, yeah, you can, but you still got to have that connection with God.
Mm-hmm.
In me, that's one of the reasons I bought that waterproof Bible, so I could always have a Bible with me, no matter what. Even if I am out in the middle of nowhere and it's raining, it's pouring rain, my gear gets soaked. Guess what? My Bible's still okay. It doesn't have the words of Christ in red, but so be it. It wasn't an option. It was a Christmas gift. So what do you want for Christmas? I said a waterproof Bible.
Bible's changing now.
But yeah, this was several years ago when I got it. I mean, it was like 2015 or whatever.
I've heard that things have been changing since 2012, though.
That's interesting. That's right around the time I think that they fired CERN up.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. I mean, they built the LHC forever, but they didn't fire it up, I don't think, until 2012. But there's varying opinions on that. Some people say it was in 2008. I don't believe that. And now they're going to build one that's 4 times bigger. And they're going to spend $30 billion. I think it was $30 or $31 billion to build one that's 4 times bigger. Jeez, man. If y'all ain't found what you're looking for with this one, you ain't going to find what you're looking for. I mean, they already found the Higgs boson. So why are they building another one that's even bigger and more powerful?
So that they can change reality further?
The whole point was the God particle.
I think that there was more to the point, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point that they were saying.
They're actively destroying the veil between us and the spiritual realm, and they probably recognize that they're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, there's scientists that have even admitted that. They probably get laughed out of the community. The ones that admit it.
Mm-hmm.
They probably get shamed out of the whole science community. The Higgs boson. That's what they were hunting. The God particle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they found it, so why are they building another one? I'm sure they've got some reason. Some made up reason.
Yeah.
31 billion euros.
They keep doing all sorts of rituals outside their facility, and people just say no, they're not satanic.
Yeah, I know. And he got a big sign, a big statue of Shiva.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, why would you choose that?
They do their rituals publicly, and people still say no, they can't be satanic. What?
Man, anybody that says that has not done their homework or is in plain denial.
I think it's both.
I mean, I'm all for physics and all that, but why would you erect a Shiva statue, the destroyer of worlds, according to the Hindu belief, at CERN?
Oh, they're claiming they're claiming it was a gift from Hindus. They always have reasons, made up or not.
I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, that's what we're doing, here. Yeah. And some of the scientists, the physicists that have admitted, man, we need to stop this, whatever. This is a bad idea. They get laughed out of the community. It's like they're not respected anymore. You could have Harvard degrees, any Ivy League degree, and you're out. No, because they speak the truth.
Yeah, no one wants the truth, sadly.
Yeah, it's a crying shame. I wish Stars would have got on here. I might call him later. Okay. I know he stays on all night, all morning. He's mentioned some things that were. He's kind of like between what I think and what you think.
This stream is not about nuclear weapons.
I know it's not. That's why I didn't mention that. But it would have been nice if he would have come on here. Because we've talked about it before. Like, I'm pretty sure it was him. He's like, well, what mountain range would you go to? So, well, that's a good question. Personally, I already know where I'm heading. It's Arizona. Unless, I mean, that might be a hot spot. the Wallapai Mountains might be a hot spot. So the only other option is to head north, cross the border illegally into Canada. And another thing, when all this happens, do you think there's a possibility that they're going to shut roads down for everything but commerce?
That's very possible.
I know that the United States highway system was designed, like I-75, for example, for military. You can put military jets down on I-75. That's what it was designed for originally. When it was constructed, I don't see it. I mean, yeah, I could land a Cessna on one. Yeah, I could do that. But I can't imagine trying to land a C-130 on I-75. That would be a nightmare. I don't think it's that wide. It might be. But they can pull the dividers out in certain places, and you probably could put a C-130 down. I know for a fact I could land a Cessna Skyhawk on I-75. But they will close these. Travel will be limited. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
I have no evidence of that. But I do know that the interstate system was designed to be, it can be used as runways in a major military conflict. Especially I-40. I-40 is nice and flat and long, like thousands of miles long. So in the event that, I mean, you know that Pastor Steven Anderson?
Yeah. I don't like him much, but I know of him.
What's wrong with him? Because his hate, everybody calls it hate speech, whatever.
He's actually been really mean towards the Mandela Effect community.
Yeah, I know he has. I've watched some of his videos, and when I saw that, I kind of quit watching him. But he's spot on, about a lot of things. A lot of people look down on him because he preaches out against homosexuality. He preaches hard on that.
It looks like I can share what I'm gonna draw on here. It's Clip Studio Paint is in the application window. We're screen sharing. What should I draw?
Why don't you draw Sarah, Twinkles, and the wolf?
I've never really drawn a wolf before.
But that's a big factor in your story.
Yeah, it is, but I've still never drawn a wolf.
Well, it's just like a dog,
I'm not experienced at drawing dogs.
Well, I can't draw anything. I'm doing good to draw a hexagon. And I study organic chemistry, and I still... That's most of what organic is hexagons. with little side branches off of them. You already see my notes. They look horrible. Looks like a toddler drew them.
I'm gonna look at pictures of wolves for reference.
Well, it's no different than like a German Shepherd. It's my
I've
favorite dog.
Never drawn a German Shepherd.
That's my favorite dog. They're loyal. They're smart. There's a reason the military uses them. You can buy flak vests for, they make them for dogs that are out on the front lines of this war that we shouldn't be fighting. I think all that's over now, though.
I mean, America is gonna fall, and then the rest of the world will fall with it.
Yep, and then the Antichrist is going to come and have a resolution for it. Would you agree? He's going to make peace around the world after this. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, that's what it says.
It's hard to know what anything says anymore. Everything is just so Mandela affected.
I know, and it's hard to understand like what Daniel says. Like truly, because there's a lot of symbolism in there.
There's a lot of symbolism in Revelation too. But
Christ put it out plain as day and on the Olivet Discourse. I mean, you can't go wrong with the Olivet Discourse.
Well, I mean, the book of Matthew's changing too. There is nothing that is not changing.
Well, I haven't been in the book of Proverbs in a while, but I bet it ain't changed, or Psalms either.
Psalms has definitely changed. Like, some of the Psalms in the King James Version are now butchered.
Well, I haven't been in either. I haven't been in OT in a while. Especially since I got the book of Enoch. I was wanting to cross-reference it to the KJV. But I'm not really seeing anything yet to cross-reference, but I'm just in chapter 14. The chapters are pretty short. I was surprised at how thin the book was when I got it. It's got all the books of Enoch in it.
All the
I
chapters.
figured, it has the 3 books. All the chapters. It's divided into 3 books. Evidently. And you told me to watch out for the second 2.
Yeah. I think that you should really ask God about those, so don't just go by my words.
Well, I haven't gotten that far yet.
Alright.
I got that, and then the nuclear hoax book, and well, I got 4 days off work, and now I'm wanting to go to town, and I'm just gonna go see if I can get $10 worth of change at the bank. That's what I'm gonna do.
Why?
Because I want to see what they say.
Okay. I was still in the dream that guy had, though. That wasn't... I don't think that we're there just yet. Well, it's coming. Since we're in a change shortage right now.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know if there's a change shortage or not because I just use my pay card. I don't use cash anymore. So I don't get to collect change. I used to, every time I make a purchase, I'd take my change, put it in my pocket, not use it. And I would save my change. That was back when I was getting paid cash. My mom, well, we done my taxes, and they're like, well, you're 30 some odd years old. They're wanting to know why you've never paid taxes in your life. I said, tell them I worked on the farm. That's not far from the truth. All my life. It's actually construction and the farm. But why? I know. I do pay taxes. I pay taxes every time I buy something. I do pay taxes. 6%. And Kentucky is a commonwealth, so when you buy food, your food is not supposed to be taxed in a commonwealth. They asked her, said, well, why has he not paid taxes in 30 years? I don't know. Because I never had to. I'm kind of glad now that I ain't. Because I ain't contributed to the war machine. I knew it was going to get me. I knew it. It's not over. They're asking questions like that. I'm in trouble. They are going to give me like $1,100 or $1,200 or something like that back. Really? Didn't Dave Ramsey say it's not good when you get money back? I never got a straight answer on that. But that's what Dave Ramsey says. So are you thinking about buying some of those lamps?
I am.
I'd look into it though. Is that your Dean or is that me?
It's mine.
Before I send you a link to that distillation rig, I'm going to set up the same thing here at my house. I'm going to get a liter of water and run a distillation and do a time limit on it, you know, to measure the time, how long it takes. Unfortunately, the biggest beaker I have is only 1,000 milliliters. You order anything much bigger than that, and the government starts looking at you because they think you're manufacturing drugs.
Oh, okay.
That's another thing to look out for. Yeah, if you buy like a 5-liter round bottom flask, you just put yourself on the map because they think that you're synthesizing drugs. And the moon's coming up and it looks really orange. Red.
The moon's been weird lately.
I'm telling you. It's kind of yellow orange right now. It's not as big as it was the other night. And you know what's funny? What's even worse? I've studied astronomy a lot, so I can. Jupiter and Saturn have always been behind the moon, but tonight they're in front of it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Jupiter is the bright one, and then to the left of it is Saturn. And then on down on the horizon, you'll see an orange moon. It'll be a few hours before it comes up a little higher above the tree line. Yeah, but you know, that's kind of a flat earth thing. It's,
A flat earth thing.
yeah, I mean, the other night, even last night, the moon was on the other side of Jupiter and Saturn. And now it's on the other side. Just in one night.
Things have just gotten so weird in the skies.
Yeah, somebody mentioned like how there's been so many events with the moon and whatever in the last year, last couple years. There's even going to be some kind of ball of fire lunar eclipse over Israel in the coming days. I can't remember where, you know, what the date is. We won't be able to see it, but they will.
Okay, a friend of mine is trying to get in right now.
Is it Chris? Sorry.
His name's Nick.
Oh yeah, Nick. Oh, I don't know why I say Chris. Yeah, I think I kind of topic drifted, and I'm sorry.
It's okay. I want him to tell us about his visions.
I need visions right now. I need anybody's visions right now would be nice.
Oh, his visions line up with everything else we've been talking about tonight.
But I need it myself. I need direction.
You just ask God for direction.
I mean, I know what to do, but it's more to it than that. It's like, what about family? Like, I can run off and take care of myself in the middle of nowhere, and it's not a problem. But I can't leave family behind that cannot do that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm just gonna ditch the drawing.
Well, I wouldn't ditch it permanently.
I can't get it to look how I want it to right now. So
Well, is he coming on or what?
he's trying. If you want visions, tell God you want visions. That's all I can really say.
Well,
Really
it's
just
it's not
know.
really visions. It's direction that I see.
All right, and ask God for it. And I recommend you quit drinking.
That was another discussion I had with my niece, and we were talking about the pineal gland. And how these drugs, I don't do drugs, but I am aware of what they do. I've done almost every drug known to man one time, except for ketamine, the horse tranquilizer. I have not done that. I've done it out of experimentation, just to see, okay, what's the big. And a lot of these drugs, I think they open your mind up to another reality.
They do. You're not supposed to climb in by any other way except Christ, though.
Yeah, as soon as I said that, now my right ear is ringing. Look.
Reality must be about to change again.
My niece said, "You've done LSD?" I said, "Yeah." It was an experience, and Stars, I think's even done it. I was like, yeah, I mean, it was an experience. That's all I can say. But it's like you see things that aren't even there. You think they're not there. Well, you think they're there. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
I'm pretty sure that anything you see out of the corner of your eye is actually there.
So, like when I go to put chemical in that one machine, that I told you. I told you a while back, every time I go over to that machine, I see something out of the corner of my eye. And I can turn my head and see. It's only that one machine every time I go over. I don't like going over. I don't know what it is.
There's probably just a demon in there.
But it's the same thing every time. I dumped 5 gallons of ethanolamine in it. That's what I do. And when I'm coming through there with the 5 gallons of chemicals, it's out the corner of my eye. And I know it's there. I know it's going to be there. And it's every time. Every single time. It bothers me. It bothers me because I don't know what it is. They say that the place was built over top of a burial ground. That's what I've heard. I heard Powertrain was haunted. But, you know, I don't really believe it. You know, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I know what I see. And it disturbs me because I don't know what it is.
It's a demon.
How come that's the only place I ever see one? Right by that machine. That one.
There's a demon hanging out by that machine.
I don't even like going over. It's like, I know I have to do it, but
Oh, you could ask God to send the angels over there.
yeah, I don't have a problem anywhere else in Powertrain. I never see anything. There's nothing. But when I go to that one machine, I dread it.
You should ask God to send the angels over there. And if you fear the demon, then it will be able to do more things to you. Fear allows them to do more stuff.
Well, it's not really a fear thing. It's like, what is it? Like,
It's
honestly.
a demon. How many
It's-
times do I have to say it's a demon?
I know. I heard you. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I've never had any physical harm. Well, there was one time, but that was my fault. I got the triethanolamine in my eye, but that was my fault. Being careless. And it burned like fire, and I went straight to and stuck my head under a faucet. I just don't understand. I've thought about asking other people, hey, man, you ever see something kind of funny over there? They'd probably look at me like I'm crazy. Probably drug test me, which that's fine. I've took 2 or 3 by myself on my own account because my boss was wondering if CBD would pop a drug test for THC. I said, well, I've been on it for a week. Let's find out. And I was the guinea pig. I tested negative every time for THC.
Interesting.
Yeah. I passed the drug test every time. I took like 3 or 4 of them. I give them to myself. Because everybody's like, okay, well, if you take CBD oil, you're going to fail for marijuana. Nah, I don't think so. And I finally was like, nah, I've been taking CBD. I've been rubbing it on my back. And when I sprained my ankle, I rubbed it on it. I never failed a drug test. And I told my boss, I was like, well, if you want to know for sure, I said, give me another drug test and I can take it to somebody that's been on CBD for a long time and I'll get them to take it. Guess what? She passed it. It does help. It does work. For real. It does. So is this guy coming on here or what?
He says he's currently doing something right now.
And what about Stars? Have you heard anything from him?
Nope. It's just been us tonight.
I'll probably be off.
Can you feel God at all?
At the moment, no.
All right. Have you been able to lately?
When I seek him, yes, I do.
Mhm.
And when there's conversations coming up at work, yeah, I know what I'm supposed to say, and I say it. That's what I was telling my mom. You know, I kind of just separated myself from the whole crew, the whole night shift crew. But I don't care. You know, it is what it is. Because of my beliefs. Because of my faith. Do you know what that's like?
Yeah.
You sounded uncertain. Has your faith ever been come into question and you stand for it? I did. And now I've separated myself from them. They look at me like a different person now.
I separated myself from a lot of people who told me that there was no Mandela effect.
You know what? I think I'm going to take it another level further just to let everyone know.
All right.
On Facebook. This is where I stand. This is it. Like it or you don't like it. You can unfriend me or whatever. I don't care. Kind of like, you know, I don't know if you still talk to Samuel, but he said some things that kind of offended me. But it's just the internet, you know.
Apparently, all kinds of things can remove a person's salvation. That includes calling sin a sin.
Yeah, I know, right? I think you went through that with him too. I mean, not even just him.
Hello. Hey, Nick.
Now y'all talk to me.
What What is it?
Mario, talk to me.
The discussion is supposed to be about the fall of America and
What
the economy collapse.
and what's going to happen, and how are you going to survive it?
Uh-huh.
It may happen in November, it may not, but it is going to happen eventually. That's a guarantee.
I think it'll definitely be in November because I mean the guy's first dream came to pass and the time frame he was given. So why wouldn't his second dream also?
Yeah, that's true. There's just, that big part of me that hopes it doesn't happen that quick.
I think America's doomed regardless.
Well, yes, that's what I said. It is going to happen. It's just a matter of time.
There's already change shortage. Nick, could you tell us about your visions that you've had?
Yes, please. But don't let the cat bite your tongue. Let's hear it.
Unfortunately, I don't own my own home. Not really something that I want to talk about. How many people are in this?
Just us three so far.
I'd really rather not talk about the demise of our country when, I'm such an ambitious person. I have, dreams that I still want to live out. So did y'all just start this discussion?
Look, brother. I'm completely patriotic, but I know it's coming. We all do.
Oh,
so why can't you share it?
Share what?
Whatever your dream or vision was.
Oh, what are you talking about? No, when I said dream just now, I just meant I have plans for my future. That's what I meant.
You told me you had some visions.
Oh. Didn't I already tell you what it was?
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. I mean, I don't mean to be nosy, but I would like to know, Like I said, I was raised in a military family. I'm totally patriotic, and I do know this country is on the downhill glide. And I'm interested in what it was.
Get off of that counter. Get off there. Well, what is that burning smell? Sad to say that I really wish that I really don't know why I saw the vision. I mean, I just wish that I could know why. Years ago, it's been, you remember that scene from Titanic when the girl says it's been 84 years? Well, in this case, it's been about 7 years. So I used to have visions about 7 years ago. They stopped 7 years ago. And before my grandmother had died, and when I was still having them, I told my grandmother about them. And she says that throughout the generations of our family, there have been specific people who've had similar gifts like that. So out of the blue, it went away. and then years later it came back, and it was only one set of visions, and it was always 3 in a row, no more, no less. And it was in March, and it was at the end of March or or early April. I can't remember. It might have been the first few days of April or the last few days of March. But I think it might have been in March, the last few days of March. And I didn't realize, like, the first I have the visions. I always had them in dreams, and by the first dream, I had acknowledged everything that was going on, although it was still kind of vague. By the second dream, which happened right after the first dream, the next day, I started to realize, okay, something is trying to communicate with me, and I would only know that if there was a third dream. And that third day, I'm like, let's see what happens when I go to sleep. So there was a third dream, and the first dream, I was traveling to San Antonio, and I was on I-10, and I had no intentions of going to San Antonio at this time. And there were things, very significant things and events happening in these gigantic structures that I believe to be cities that were happening all around the country. And people were panicking, and they were afraid of something, but they didn't know what it was. And they were trying to get away from whatever it was. So
Death camps, possibly.
they were I don't know, but this was only in the first dream, and they were trapped in these places. So, but did I say they were trying to get away? Yeah, they were
Yeah.
trying to get away from something, and the notion of this kept coming up in the dream of these gigantic structures across the country at the same time as I was driving to San Antonio. Like, I could see these things. And when I got to San Antonio, I could see these things happening still around the country, and it's like it was beaming into my head in the dream. So kind of like a dream within a dream, but it was happening at that time. So for some odd reason, and I don't understand this at all, like, a person who I know named Owen was in all 3 dreams. And get off of there. Get off of there. So, for some reason, he was in prison. And I didn't understand what that. Beat this cat's ass. Get off of the counter. So he was imprisoned, and I don't know what this meant to me, but I know whenever I have dreams like this, usually there's a hidden message in what I'm saying. And you have to decode these things. I don't know how this cat is acting so bad. So he lives in Louisiana, and he was trapped there in a giant stone structure, obviously, and he could not leave. And it makes me think that something is going to happen in Louisiana, and the people are going to be trapped there. And I don't really know what else other than that was, but I truly believe from the things that happened in my visions that something is going to happen in Louisiana. So the first dream, I don't know if this was in the first dream or the second dream, but it was probably in the second dream, or maybe the end of the first one, where it was after San Antonio, and I imagined myself inside of a giant building that I'd never seen before. And I never could have guessed that I would have been working in a warehouse after that. So it just kind of shocked me, like how these things are just coming to pass, and I really, really don't want them to. So I work in a giant warehouse now, and I was in a giant building that I had never. Well, I've seen part of it before because it's in Houston. So I mean, I've seen it before, but I was inside of the giant building that I would know, and now I work in that building. And I think that was at the end of the first dream. So in the second dream, I'm still at that place, and there's a lot of catastrophic things happening in these large structural areas that I believe are cities, and people are desperately trying to flee what's happening, and there's going to be cataclysmic events happening there. And I don't remember if I saw other parts of the world. I just remember seeing America. And at this, the same dream, Owen was still imprisoned, and that like was a reoccurring message. So I'm thinking that something
In prison for what?
That's not the point. And how would I know that?
I don't know. I was just asking.
It really isn't even something that I asked, but I mean, I could have asked that, but he was imprisoned, still, and I'm sure that he's not in prison, obviously, but
Is he a believer?
I don't know, probably not.
Because I mean, that is kind of important.
I disagree with the vision. With it's important to the vision if he is a believer or not, but he is imprisoned in some kind of structure in Louisiana. So it makes me think that maybe something is happening in Louisiana right now that we don't know about yet. I don't know. But it reoccurred in the third dream, and I don't know what to say about the third dream in regards to that. So these events were continuing to happen, and it was very vague. In the second dream, there was more of a drive to flee these cities and major metropolitan areas, and to just get away from this of the things that were happening, because they were much greater at that time than they were in the first dream, whereas people were just being contained. And I think that's where the lockdown came
Yeah.
around the country. So,
There's-
these cities were being destroyed. Like, not, just totally destroyed, but, they were buildings that were being destroyed. And there was a lot of panic and mayhem and a lot of things happening. And people were trying to flee after that. So it's like I had told at least one or two friends about the vision, and then
About
I just
what?
forgot about it until I came back to Houston, and then I realized that I had seen these things in my vision. I really didn't know what to expect because I hadn't seen a vision in 7 years. So I'm just like, that was kind of interesting. So in the third dream, things have been changed structurally, fundamentally in this country.
Yeah.
And they were like everything was different. It, like we had come out of a cataclysmic event, and the cities and structures were not like they once were.
Okay, but I mean, what was the event? Do you remember? Can
I
you
don't
recall?
I don't know what it was, but I know that we were contained in the first dream. We were having riots in the second dream. That's obvious. So, and then there was more things happening after that. There were like storms and like open revolt and just fighting, but I don't remember gunfire. Well, maybe no, I don't specifically remember gunfire, but there was definitely, a struggle happening in some of these cities. I think that the riots are probably going to come back and they're going to get a lot worse. And
Yeah,
they're
I
probably
mean,
going to be,
most of them don't have firearms, so that makes sense.
well, I don't specifically remember, that's not something that I, visibly saw. And, it's like a
Well,
state of
I
evolution.
I think there's a
Well,
reason for that. I mean,
well, let me finish.
who are the
Let me
people?
finish. Let me
Okay, I'm
finish with my
sorry.
vision first.
I'm sorry.
So, because I mean, I'd love to hear every question that I get, and so it's like a state of evolution because at the beginning of the first dream, there was, you know, riots, not riots, but
Protest.
tussles and large resistances and protests and uproar in these cities. And by the end of the vision, there were like storms and earthquakes and like cataclysmic, not not world ending events, but major events that happened in these areas. And there was a lot of destruction, and there were revolts and fighting by the end of the dream in different areas, not in all areas, but in different areas. So, what I want to know, because there was no in between, and the third dream, everything had ended, all of the uproars had ended, things had structurally changed like I have never seen. And all I know is I see myself laying in the grass with other people who had survived what happened, hence the word survived. And whatever was ailing us at that time was no longer ailing us. It was no longer an issue. So it's something that we overcame. And I was in it looked rural from where I was, but where I currently live now, it looks kind of rural, even though I live in a city. Um, when I go outside, there's a forest, a national forest to the left, and the rest of my neighborhood to the right. So it kind of looks like that, but I don't really remember it that way in the vision. But it looked, kind of, if you've ever been to somebody's house out in the country, I think you'd understand. But
Yes,
there were
I
other
am from the
houses.
country.
There were other houses like a distant suburban neighborhood. Um, and I was colluding with these people, and the uproars had died down in these what was left of these areas, and there was like, I don't want to say FEMA, but something kind of like FEMA
Oh
that
man.
was, not, it wasn't FEMA, it might have been FEMA, but I don't know. I mean, it was an organization that was similar to,
That's kind of why I said death camp. You know, I mean, you can't outrule. You live in a different part of the U.S. than I do, but
Where'd he go? He left.
I don't know. But you can't outrule, the FEMA death camps and the fact that they got 30,000 guillotines in Georgia just waiting. I'm sure they have them elsewhere. 30,000 guillotines is not a whole lot. Well, I mean, it's a lot, but he might have hit a wrong button like I had several times earlier tonight. I call them FEMA death camps because basically that's what they're going to be. I like to trace the money down and see, improve. When I say that there's 30,000 guillotines in Georgia, a lot of people don't believe that. They're like, oh, that's just, you're tinfoil, whatever. But they did buy them. I mean, that's a fact. They're in shipping containers. That's what I heard in Georgia. I mean, if I had a driver's license, if my driver's license wasn't revoked, I would drive down there and take pictures of it. I would break in just to prove it. His visions are. What do you think about them? I think they're. It parallels basically what the pastor said.
Yeah. I think his visions are pretty legitimate,
But
honestly.
they were dreams. So I get weird dreams too. But I never considered them visions.
Why couldn't dreams be visions though? Constantly throughout the Bible, their visions are through dreams.
Man, if my stuff ever comes to pass, we're all ruined. I'm telling
What did you see?
you. I'm not even gonna go there. You really don't want to know.
Yeah, I do. It could be important, even if no one wants to hear it.
It could just be my mindset. I mean,
It could be important too, though. Tell me what you saw.
maybe later, man. I mean, it's kind of messed up, really, honestly.
All right.
It involves bloodshed, and me doing the things that you said not to do, but what I was taught to do. Okay, all right, screw it. I'll tell it. A lot of times I have dreams. A lot of them are reoccurring. Since I've slowed down on drinking, I've been having dreams. I've had them before. And it's like It involves combat, unfortunately. That's why I said it might be the influence that I've had in my life.
Okay.
Where it's just actually, like for instance, there's one that keeps happening sometimes. And it's like the government's surrounding us and we're in like a double wide trailer. And we got many firearms, a lot of ammo, you know, and it's all out shootout. And because the government's trying to detain us or kill us because of our beliefs and whatever, and we're fighting it out. This could just be, like I said, you ever wake up with cold sweats?
No.
That's the kind of stuff that happens to me. But it's not nothing like that. I could go into detail about it, but you probably really don't want to hear the blood and guts and the gore and all that. The thing is, you never know. When I sleep, I don't know about you. I don't know that I'm dreaming. I think it's reality. Have you ever noticed that? Can you tell the difference between a dream and reality? I can't.
Hey, Nick.
My phone died.
My grandpa used to tell me a thing about lucid dreaming.
So I don't know what y'all heard. 'Cause I just kept on talking. I don't even know my phone died.
Well, your visions and everything were interesting, but you said they came through dreams, right?
Yes.
I was trying to differentiate, like, so there's a difference between a dream and a vision, right? I have bad dreams, weird dreams. What I
Every
was just
time,
telling her that I wake up in a cold sweat from catching
every
my
time,
breath, all that. Heart
every
rate.
time.
Sorry, I'm listening.
I was gonna say every time that I have a vision, they always happen 3 times in a row.
But you're
So
asleep?
every single time, and I only realized that it was because when I had the second dream, I started to question myself, and then the third dream happened, which I was expecting and hoping would not come. So I already knew that it was a vision, unfortunately, and that's how my visions have always been.
But do they
And
happen when you're asleep? I'm trying to figure out
yeah,
if some of
they
my
always,
dreams
they
are
always,
visions. Like,
well, if they happen, then they are visions. But I always know how to differentiate when they're visions and when they're just dreams. And I really, 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 I promise you, I really wish that they were just dreams. But remember this talk that we had, and
oh,
when a few months from now comes, we're going to talk again. And then you're going to tell me the stuff that you were saying happened, because that's what my other friend told me after we had called after a bunch of stuff happened.
well, man. I mean, I
Mm.
don't deny anything you said.
Right. No, I'm just like, I can't wait for the day. I really wish it wouldn't come because I don't want these things to happen. I
Nobody
know.
does, man. Nobody
No,
does. But it's coming. We can hope and pray and all that all we want to. Guess what? It's coming. God preordained it. It's coming. Is he still on here?
yeah.
Yeah, he's still on here.
I have my phone on the charger now.
You know what? I never used to work in a warehouse like you described, but I do now. You know, I always worked outside in construction where I belong. Now I've been working in a factory for a year and a half.
Right. And I was telling myself, like, I just appeared in this place. And it's like the first dream, I was driving to San Antonio, and then I was in San Antonio. The second
I
dream,
would
like,
love to go there.
it's like in the second dream, I was inside of this giant warehouse, and I was still able to see these things. And it's just like, specifically, what the crazy part is that I was working at this place in this giant warehouse and watching these things happen on TV, because we have TVs in the break areas. And in the dream, I could see, like, it was like beaming into my head, these things happening around the country. So I think, obviously by this stage, we're in the second dream. And I'd say we're probably halfway through it, but at the same time, I hope it doesn't, come to pass.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you 2 questions?
Sure.
The first one's pretty straight cut and simple. Are you a Christian?
I'll choose not to answer that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I understand. Okay, my second question is, what do you think's going to happen next? Just out of curiosity.
I think that pretty soon something is going to happen, and it's going to cause people to rush into the streets, and there's going to be lots of violence.
Right.
And
This is part of my dream.
And there's going to be a response to this.
I have a recurring dream that's pretty much like that. And there was a lot of violence, bloodshed.
So there's an overwhelming response, and the response, this is what I'm thinking is going to happen. The response is going to go into more than just where the fighting is. And
I don't understand.
People are going to be trying to flee from whatever this response is, peaceful people that aren't even doing anything. They're just trying to get away from all this chaos. And they're kind of just,
where are they going to go?
They're not going to be able to leave. Some people are going to be able to, a lot of people are going to be able to leave, but a lot of people are going to be trapped there. So I'm thinking, and I don't know, Louisiana, something, I really think that
you
something
can disappear in Louisiana pretty easy. I mean, you can hit the swamps and live.
Well, I think,
and flee Louisiana. You can. Well, it would be hard to survive in the swamp, but
I know, with every part of my being, that something is going to happen in Louisiana. Something is either going to be revealed or something is going to happen, and people.
But you're from Texas, so right? Well, what's the deal with Louisiana? You're from Texas, right?
Yes, and I've already described in the dream. I had a friend in Louisiana.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Who is imprisoned, and I don't know why this is important. You have to decode it. So he is entrapped in Louisiana, and he cannot leave. And he's the only person described from that area, but it is reoccurring every single dream. So something happens there, and I'm not quite sure what happens. They had a hurricane hit them recently, and I was thinking, okay, this is what's going to happen in Louisiana. They're going to have a catastrophic hurricane, but that didn't happen.
There's a fault line that runs from where I live down to there. I look to go at any time. That could be part of it.
I don't think so. I don't think that an earthquake that size would probably hit Louisiana. But I know that there's going to be certain natural disasters that are hitting these areas, and there is going to be a lot of fighting. And
Yeah, I don't look forward to that.
so you said that you had dreams about that, reoccurring dreams.
Yeah, I'm not really comfortable talking about it. I mean, I will. Generally, it's the same scenario in every dream. We're all at arms, and my brother tends to die in most of them. We're in a double wide trailer, basically. This is what the dream is. It has nothing, but there's a foreign power that we're fighting and shooting against every time this dream happens. It's basically just a firefight, and my brother dies most of the time. I don't really like revisiting it.
Well,
it happens, and I wake up in a cold sweat, and I'm breathing heavy. It's like, oh my God, I'm alive. I wake up, my heart's pounding. Yeah, it sits me straight up out of bed.
well, obviously there were firefights in the second vision at least, but I couldn't physically see, the firefights, but they were happening. And
Yeah,
very,
well,
very
that's happened in my
representative.
dreams too, man. But I couldn't tell you where the dream actually where it took place. I mean, I don't know. See, the city specific. I don't know where this. All I know is I've watched my brother's. I've watched his head blowed off in my dreams, and they're coming, and it's like you're just gunning, man. That's all you. That's it, man. I mean, you just shoot and you kill as much as possible, and your heart race, man. It's weird. I wake up, my heart's going 100 miles an hour, and I'm soaked in sweat, and I can't breathe. Is that how your dreams go down? Because that's how mine does.
I've had dreams where it felt like I was. Well, this is after I woke up from the dream.
That's what I was just asking Kat. Can you tell the difference between a dream and reality? Because I can't. When I'm dreaming, I think it's real.
Sometimes the most unusual things have actually been happening lately, but not in the past week. I would say probably in the last few weeks. I've been dreaming, and
I don't want to dream anymore.
I really don't either. I've been dreaming, and they've been lasting for several hours. Like, I'd wake up in the morning, and I'd be like, I finally woke up, and then I couldn't remember anything. Like, it's just the strangest thing. And suddenly, lately, ever since I started working in this warehouse that I saw in my vision, I've been seeing flashes of people, and I don't know why. I don't know where they're coming from. I've never had something like this happen before. And I'm not doing anything to see this, and I only see it inside of the warehouse. So I'm not sure what to make out of that. And I told Kat that. So there's obviously some kind of connection with this place. And by the way, I will add that I know a lot about various different religions, so including Christianity. The farthest that I'd say I would go would be Catholicism, but Protestants and Catholics don't really get along, so
Yeah, you better bank on that.
um,
The
well, I
Catholics
know a
have
lot about very different, other religions too. Islam, Hinduism, uh, Luciferianism.
but what I mean, haven't you ever heard of the
Buddhism.
salvation of Christ?
Of course.
That's the most important thing. Honestly. That's it. All you have to do is pray, man.
The
You can
Pantheon of
see
Egypt,
these
the
things.
Pantheon of Samaria.
But if you can see these things, then why can't you side with Christ?
I didn't say I was.
It's really simple. It's not,
Did I
there's
say that I wasn't?
no special ceremony or nothing. You can drop right now and do it.
Did
We
I
will
say
help
that-
you. We can all pray together right now.
Did I say that I wasn't?
Yeah, I asked you if you were a Christian and you said no.
I didn't say it. When did I say that?
Didn't I
He
ask?
didn't want to answer, actually. He said he didn't want to answer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's
I
not
mean,
what he
sorry.
said,
I mean,
you know.
I thought you said no. I took that as a no.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Something
that's
that
just
the
me,
children
man.
still
Yeah,
feel.
I know. I'm sorry, man. I mean, I can't judge you because I'm a Christian. I can't judge you. But I automatically assumed that's a no. I mean, nobody denies their faith if they're a Christian.
I'm going to plead my Fifth Amendment.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I
What
don't
am I
want to
talking
run
about
you,
now?
I don't want you, it's interesting what you're saying.
Generally, I know a lot about a lot of different things. So what were you saying?
No, I said I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump to conclusions. Generally, what
I
I
don't think
said
I'm
was,
gonna give you this time.
generally, if you ask somebody, are you a Christian? They're going to say, yeah, I am. I believe in Christ. He died on a Roman cross. That's generally the answer. But I don't mean to push anything, man. I'm not, like I said, I apologize.
Did you hear the part where I said I was Catholic?
I think
Wow.
that there are
I
some
probably did, but it probably didn't register.
Anyways, what
think
is your
there are-
opinion?
What's my opinion?
I said, what's your opinion, Kat?
Okay.
I think that there probably are saved people among the Catholics, just as there are in every single denomination.
It's not. It's so crazy. Like when
The
I hear
most
you,
important thing is having a
I said it's so crazy because when I hear you speak, it's like you mimic my sister. Like the words that y'all say are exactly the same. It's kind of
Exactly
crazy.
the same. You know what I
Yeah,
think
it's
the
exactly
RC
the same.
what I think the RCC is the fact that they have the full canon almost. But huh?
they still don't have the full canon.
No, not I said almost.
The Ethiopians have over 80 books. The Catholics only have over
The
70.
RCC has a lot more than we do. Okay, like the
That's true.
KJV. They have the Apocrypha. Is that correct? Can you confirm this? You're a Catholic, so can you confirm this?
What am I talking? What are we doing now?
Okay, your Bible, right? You have a Bible?
Maybe.
Oh, well, what we're getting at is there's more books and the RCC than the Roman Catholic Church than there are in, I guess you would call it the Protestant faith.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
have more books that should have never been taken out of the KJV or out of Protestant, period. Nobody should have took anything out. The RCC has it. They don't have all of it, like Kat just said. The Ethiopian church has probably all of them. I think the whole point is, why were they taken out? Exactly why? Is there something there that they don't want us to hear? What is it? Who decided to take it out and why? It's funny because the RCC has it. No offense, but the RCC is also demonic.
From my research, it was Martin Luther who decided to take out the books.
No way.
He was
No way.
We already had this discussion multiple times, Alric.
I know.
Martin Luther was a Rosicrucian. He was controlled opposition, and he started the Protestant movement. He had the Apocrypha removed.
I don't think it was him.
He tried to take out four
He
more
burned
books.
it to stake, right?
No.
I must be thinking of someone else.
He tried to remove some other stuff too. Hebrews, James, Jude, and Revelation.
No way.
He tried to have those removed when he removed the
Martin Luther.
Yes.
The one that tacked the 99 Theses on the wall, on the door.
Yes, him. He was a Rosicrucian. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing.
You do realize that what he was doing, he was trying to separate from the RCC. And he got persecuted over it.
He also removed books.
Well, that kind of makes sense, really, if you think about it, because the RCC has more books than what we do.
It wasn't for him to remove them.
No, it wasn't. You know, yeah, if you're going to separate from the RCC, that's fine. But don't remove books. I didn't know. I was not aware. Okay, so then how come there's, look at the 1560 Geneva. That's, that was post Martin Luther.
Yeah, but it still had the Apocrypha in the center of the pages, meaning that they did not consider it scripture.
My 1560 Geneva has it. And so would yours.
Yes, and you want to know why they put the Apocrypha in the middle?
Well, I'd like to hear your theory.
They put the Apocrypha in the middle because they did not believe it was scriptures.
But even Enoch's not even in there. So
Enoch's over in the Ethiopia.
I know. But what I'm getting at is why didn't they? So Enoch should have been there too. That's what I'm getting at. I know Luther didn't have anything to do with the Geneva Bible. And I could have sworn that Martin Luther was burned at the stake.
No, he was not. I think you're thinking of someone else.
don't you ever? I mean, you do realize there's a reason why people separated from the RCC.
I do realize that. I also realize that they removed books they shouldn't have removed.
Yep, and you know what? I just thought about it. As this separation happened, they discarded all those books.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me that what I think is useless. So they left the RCC and they left those books behind too
Yes.
for no really apparent reason. None that's justified.
Yes, Cookie?
I just had a flashback.
What is it?
I don't know. It's like I've had this conversation before.
We
Sitting
have.
right here where I'm at.
We have had this conversation about the book removals before. Multiple times.
I mean, it's kind of irrelevant now, but I have the books. Well, not all of them. But they're on what books I don't have are on your server.
Mm-hmm. If you get the Universal Bible, you should get most of the books.
It's funny that Enoch is not in the Apocrypha. But yet, even, they quoted it. So why is it not in the Bible? I must say, that's not the RCC's.
The Catholics removed books for several years before the Protestants removed some stuff.
That's what I'm getting at. The RCC did not do that.
Wait, yes they did.
The RCC did not remove Enoch.
Yes they did. The Roman Catholic Church has been removing stuff for years before the Protestants ever removed the Apocrypha.
Well, how come their Bible has more than ours?
Probably so that they can have more power. If every Bible had the same amount of books, I'm pretty sure the Protestants would not be bowing down before the Catholics.
I am Protestant, and I have a big problem with the RCC.
Are you okay, Cookie?
Actually, I ain't. I mean, I'm non-denominational, so I don't know if that makes me Protestant or not.
It means that you're not a part of any of the denominations. And if you're looking for the other books, then you've successfully broken free of Protestantism.
Yeah, I mean, I think I told you that I was raised Pentecostal and fundamental Baptist.
I was raised Baptist.
I was raised both Pentecostal and fundamental Baptist. It's weird, I know. I mean, those two don't go together, but
I think we should end the stream here.
yeah.
Heavenly Father, please fill the stream up with your spirit and please lead whoever needs to see the stream to it. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.